Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Sunday, 3rd of September 2023. New month, gotta remember which one it is. We're back for more oxygen, not included today. Colony seems to be doing pretty alright so far. So I'm having fun playing with it, learning all about how stuff works in it, poking around at things. We're going to keep going. In the last session, we got our thermonullifier online, which is going to help us with cooling the atmosphere and our water supply, all being well. It relies on a hydrogen supply that's not quite consistent, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that today, just make sure it is doing what it's supposed to. I'm a bit worried about our water supply, and that is required to get the water, so we'll just have to keep hoping it is okay. That given a bit of time, it'll settle in and start working. Other plans for today: we need to keep preparing to increase our population. That's what I would like to do. I'd like to get an extra 8 dudes in. We now have the oxygen supply to do that safely, so water would be another important thing we're going to need, as well as food, which we've begun working on, so we'll keep moving forward with that, getting more food ready for more people. Then the furniture for them, you know, bedrooms and what have you, eating rooms need expanding to let them in. At the same time, if we have spare time with people, we want to be growing the base downwards to a safe level, where we'll then put another airlock in for people to go down and work in the oil biome and get us a supply of oil. Well, it looks like it could be a little complicated, so that'll be an interesting thing to work out. But if we can get a supply specifically of petrol, which we get from the oil, we can have plastic to build with, and maybe a big power source that looks like it could be interesting. So various cool things to be getting on with. Let's hop into the game, get stuff unpaused again, and yeah, like I say, just make sure nothing's totally broken or not working at all. We have the nullifier. We did damage it pretty badly, but hopefully it will live. Awkward pockets of oxygen in there I don't really want, but we'll see. The filter is filtering, I can see it, so there must be some hydrogen coming up here. Okay, there's a little supply coming now. Is it consistent? Every now and then the battery drops, the hydrogen gets drawn into the power generation. But there's supposed to be a net gain here, so by the time this hydrogen runs out, more should have made its way up here. Only time will tell. It is working again. It is going to drop the temperature again, which is going to get those liquids cooled off at some point, hopefully. As I say, we're running a bit low on clean water supply. If we swap our food source over to the meat from the ranches, that should help. We'll stop growing the bristleberries that we're grilling. But we do need to make sure, you know, we need to do some math, make sure we're growing enough meat, which not exactly sure how we do that, but we'll try and work that out. Make sure, and if we're growing enough meat from various animals that we're ranching, then we can stop wasting the water on growing plants we don't need. See what freebies we get. More random seeds, why not? The a butchery room not fully set up, but we'll see how that goes when our population levels reach the right level. We should end up with some animals over here and we can work out how it should work. We still have a bunch of water here to dump out. Is it still very, very hot? Hard to tell. Tells us down there, yeah, it's still very hot. So we don't really want to dump it into supply, but we can if we have to. In fact, that might just be the thing to do. Heat things up a bit awkwardly, but yeah, things are getting a bit warmer actually. We've grown the base and our cooling loop's a bit further out, so not entirely confident the base is going to get cool enough. It's also not, actually, like literally not cooling enough, so we'll see. Some blobs have made it round. One, there we go. Some brine coming through at 20 degrees, which still isn't, like, amazing. I think it should be colder. I mean, 20 will do for now. The stuff here is at like -10 or whatever. Oh, the stuff in here isn't. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's good. It's -9. Interesting. When I mouse over, it says contents: 10 kilograms of brine, at 20 degrees Celsius. But the contents here, 5,000 kilograms at... Oh, that's the pipe. The pipe behind it, leading between them. That makes more sense. That would heat up here. Okay. Nothing to worry about. All good down here. So yeah, we can find a way of building around this. I think it's just that building we need to keep, so we'll find a way of building around that. That's all under control. More storage for stuff is likely going to be needed, which I don't want to dedicate the space to it, but I don't think we have a choice if we want to keep things organised at all. We don't need the thimble reeds at the moment. We've got plenty in storage. Maybe we could do with making more Atmo suits, actually. We might do that. Yeah, we've got like 117 reeds available. We could make some more suits. We are now permanently have a station up the top here with one of them in. This keeps happening. I'm sure I'm missing something here. The solar panel gets covered by stuff that it must just be falling out of space. I don't know how we stop that. I guess we just have to keep an eye on it. Keep an eye for the entombed warning. Come up here and dig our solar panel out. Don't like that. It's just happening all the time. Still, someone can come get the suit. They can come do that. That's not really a problem. And excess oxygen from our base is being pumped out up there. We should keep the pressure level in the base acceptable and stop the system backing up. Hopefully. What do we need to do then? We need to be patient with these guys. Need more hatches. Make sure they're getting fed. I'm sure they will be. Keep people not too busy, maybe. I tend to overwork them. You know. Keep the dupes busy. This system's doing something. The nullifier's down to 0. That's pretty good. And more hydrogen is coming up before it ran out, which is also good. I'm still really not confident with it, but hopefully. That gas vent is overpressured, which is a bit of an issue, but it shouldn't be mixing the lines anymore. That's there in case the line gets mixed and something needs dumping. Could do with the air not allowing that room to get overpressured, but we'll see how that goes. What's this stuff doing? I mean, that's cooling down. I'll trigger it soon. Another loop round, maybe. It needs a little bit longer. It's like almost 20 degrees coming down. So, well, the sensor is at 20, I think. So these ones coming around at 19 now. Yeah, they're getting looped out. Excellent. They got them out, actually. The whole loop is kind of emptying. Oh, almost. Half of it, maybe. Not bad. Loop will get filled in with more, except a little bit was sat here but already cold enough for whatever reason. So that came through as well. Cool. Yeah, still a bit annoyed. I would like that. The inbound water to be ahead of the outbound stuff would have been nicer. But we can fix that way in the future, next time we have to change the system entirely. There were other options, you know, we're considering Aquatuna maybe or something like that, so maybe in the future we'll play around with that idea as well. Gives us a bit more water available. Keep that lot moving. Do I want to just probably insulated pipe these guys into the supply? Just so that it goes off for cooling eventually. I think it's worth doing. That's going to go out to that one. It's messy. Very messy. Might not be worth it. Oh. If I just dump a bunch of hot water in here, it's going to heat up, but over time will live. Obviously not confident with that. No, I don't want to do that. We might live, but I don't want to risk it. So how are we going to do this? Oh, just take all the outputs. We don't need to feed them through each other. Take all the outputs and feed it into there. Job done. They should go off to be cooled down. good. Just so that we have something to do, and we know we want to come down here. I'm going to break this back open. How is the temperature around here? The inside's good, so this is going to ruin that by opening up a gap into there. Don't want to do that. Careful. Make sure I just do the specific things. Just be sure I do that and don't accidentally deconstruct whatever's underneath. We are going to fully deconstruct everything here, except the Fluxomatic, which maybe we'll play with at some point, but for now we're just going to, you know, protect it. We will have... I don't see the point of insulating anymore. We can kind of just cool the whole area down. We might insulate the left-hand edge still. Actually, that's not a bad idea, because this steam vent is still here. It says cool, but that's not cool. So yeah, we'll just do regular tiles in the middle bits here. It'll be there. And there'll be another level 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Get some bits of ladder planned in ready. It's a general idea, so we'll just have a double room here that has that quest building in it, and that quest building will live there. Fine. How will we expand? I think we'll just do maybe like the middle 3 columns coming down. Maybe even get below the natural gas pocket and then do a single one coming down into the oil. That's where the reservoirs are, in the middle there. Maybe. Oh, they're going to need bits of ladder and stuff to reach everything. They got saved somehow. Oh. Well, that's not great. He destroyed it while I stood on it, so I don't think he can get back up at the moment. He can at the moment. Let's keep them cancelled and they can go up and down. I'd rather they didn't come down here, but if they think they can hold their breath and get what they're after, then whatever. Let them do stupid things. What are we doing up here? Can we see... an easy way of seeing how many critters are in a room? Yeah, there we go. 3 out of 4 on the right hand side there. 3 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4. So when that egg hatches, which will be a while because we're not incubating, when it does, there'll be a surplus guy in there. I guess they might just take him to another one of these rooms at the time. When a bunch of the eggs hatch, we should see them start coming over here and we can work out how that's supposed to work. Dug that out. So I've got no reason to believe anything should fall on top of our solar panels at the moment. It must just randomly, new stuff must spawn out here on the surface and drop. Can't see any other explanation, really. Don't know. It's fine at the moment though, so we can leave it be for now. Could do with just digging that out. Maybe? Or should I put the tiles in that are missing? It would be nice to tidy it up a bit. That's not a priority though. I'll leave it. Dig that one fallen bit of whatever out. Which I guess was the same stuff that fell on the panel, fell down here. As long as it doesn't block the ladder, it's okay, but I'd rather get rid of it. Still working, still going. Still not dropping in temperature though. The nullifier's in the positive again. It was at 0, it's now up to 4, 5. Don't really get why. With a constant supply of hydrogen, the temperature should just drop and drop as far as I can work out. The water we're bringing in is too hot, perhaps. Really interfering with it. Keep at it and see what happens. Still some water there. Is that doing what I want? Doesn't look like it is. No, they built the pipe, but it's not moving. Why not? Do you have to have an intake? That wouldn't make much sense. Other than it not really knowing what direction to take stuff in. You can try, I guess. Pipe. Get out of there into there. Oh, it maybe was just confused about direction. Yeah, because of how things were plugged in up here. Makes some sense. Let's make it very clear. If we put that back in, it'll be perfectly clear what they're expected to do. Where the blobs of water should be going. Okay. Fine. What are we doing down here? Oh, they have been told to deconstruct, but the little symbols disappeared as well. For whatever reason. Should be able to reach from there. They're not going to be... It's not going to be pleasant working down here, but... Yeah, we don't really have enough suits, and I don't want to waste the time of sending them through a suit barrier just to do all this. They'll just have to live with it. Just be careful here not to deconstruct the quest building. See a bit of ladder there. Wants to be on a floor, I guess we can allow that. I also would like to block this off, but not while there's someone running around underneath it. If we can get the timing right. No. Don't build it from underneath. You'll get stuck. When I tell him to do it, he goes down to get the materials to do it. Which means he's going to build from underneath and get himself stuck. Yeah, no. I don't know what I can do about that. I can't, like, forbid those materials. No idea. They can build those bits. Are they that hot? They're talking about it. Yeah, I mean, that air is 60 degrees Celsius. That's worth talking about, I guess. No, they just... What can I do? If I grab a bit of sandstone and tell them to bring it above, they're gonna go to bed. Okay. So I now tell you to build that tile. You'll grab the sandstone from there and do it. Perfect. Good. Are you stuck? Holding breath. No, you can jump up there. Good. You can get a ladder out. You need the toilet. It seems like he's stuck. Really seems like he's stuck. Let's just, maybe the building does block movement somehow. Can't build over it. Don't know. Just go up to here and have the ability to walk around. Although it's bedtime, so... that's not really going to happen, is it? No, he's going to sleep there, which could be a problem. Considering... Yeah, trapped, now it says. If we just undo this... He will fall asleep there. Fine. There's no oxygen there, so... We're going to see what happens. May have to reload. He's up, he made a mess, and he's suffocating. Yep. Yeah, he's not going to wake up inside. Okay. Let's do the inevitable. Silly dupes. It's my fault for not understanding that you can't walk through that building, I guess. I don't know why you can't walk through that building, but you can't. So we'll go back a day and give those instructions safer. Okay, do we need to redo that? Yes. Like, it might be possible to do it a different way, but let's do what we did because we know it works. That'll fix that. Was there anything else? Don't think so. Anything up on the surface? No, that's already marked. Okay, good. Coming down here then. We're going to build the ladder that goes up and over. It's not pretty, but I don't know what other option there is really. If you can't walk through it, then yeah, you'll have to go up and over it. And I'll just put one bit in so they can get rid of that ladder as well. We're at printables. I guess we'll take the rust even though we don't need it. Why not? Ladder there. Still a bit of cold in this biome. It's very tempting to dig out all this abyssalite and get it spreading. Try and cool this area down. There's a bit to mop up there. And can I get that tile built without people getting stuck? Would be nice. Yep, perfect. That tile done. While we're here, let's work this out. There, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. And insulate the left edge. Like that. Will be good. Which, yeah, does mean we can turn that back to regular tile. And let's do this while we're here. Yep. We can mop. That's on the floor there. Other bits and pieces, get it tidier. Oh, that. Sure. Take the brine in salt water, might as well. Give them somewhere to put it while they're down here, while they're working here. Do I want... So I do want that. Yeah, we might as well put the kind of barrier in for where the other room would be, and then just, yeah, leave it split like that, and then do the tiles underneath. What's the betting they do that in the wrong order? No, they got the middle first, okay. Got lucky that time. Put the airflow in. Not that this room here really needs it, but we'll do it anyway. Those tiles for under there, bit of airflow there. Sort out some of this room. But then, yeah, that's going to be in the way and whatever, so we'll need to deal with that in a minute. I need to dig all that out. However, that's fine. Fire poles. Still don't really have enough copper to be extending the fire poles. We did some gold ones at the top, but I don't really want to do that. Do that much in copper for now, and then hopefully dig up some more copper at some point soon. If we can randomly find anywhere we're going. We'll see. How are we doing? 30% incubation, and these are less. So yeah, maybe we should set up an incubator. I know it takes power, but we do have a little spare at the moment. Very little. Although with the extra ranches we put in, we're probably making a lot more coal. Yeah, we have a lot of coal. We could put more coal power online. Might be that we end up just having coal power all the time. What are we doing here? It's up to positive 13. I don't particularly understand. The supply of hydrogen should be reducing the temperature of the thermonullifier by 80,000 DTUs. So the temperature should only be going up if the surrounding atmosphere is adding more than 80,000 DTUs. I just don't think that's possible. could be wrong. No, it's very hot water here, but I didn't think the materials could transfer it that quickly, or... I don't know. Really don't know. The atmosphere up here in that room is 30, 25, 20. Something about this is not right, not the way to do it. But I don't know what we should be doing to allow the nullifier to really drop in temperature, I guess. Move the hot water further away and then let the nullifier itself chill down and transfer through the hydrogen further. I thought building it tight and compact would help the cold of the nullifier spread better, but it seems to just help the heat of the water interfere better. This might not really be working how I want. We have a spare one up here somewhere. We have 2 spare ones around here actually, so we could build something different up here and then plug it in later. Don't know. At the moment I'm not particularly confident with that. We also have really cold stuff here that we could dump the hot stuff and put fresh cold stuff in, because at the moment it's just making more. We're not doing anything with it. A problem? No? Hydrogen here is still working. Bottom of the base looks awful. The bottom right of the base looks awful. Bottom left, we've dropped the ugly bit down, I guess. Let's get that all mopped again. Some airflow bits missing there. It's all good. Might do what I mentioned. Bring that a little bit down a bit and start digging all the abyssite out over here. I think I will. The more open we make it as well, the more these bad gases can spread out and oxygen can get pushed in, so that they're working, when they need to go back for oxygen, they're climbing less, if we can get the bad gases spreading and further down. Do need to be careful before we hit that spore kid. Need a plan for that. Still haven't really confirmed how we... I wanted to chill it. Because I thought that might kill it. But yeah, the stuff here is not cold enough to do that. So we're going to need to come up with a plan for that. It's all good though. Just keep that there for now, but we will need to do something soon. I mean, the next level we could join with the other side, so yeah, I might stop the left-hand edge of this point and just do the middle ones, maybe. We could do that. Still would like somewhere to dump salt water and brine for a little bit longer though. Just for a short bit. There's a lot of chlorine just floating around there. Where are we? Materials. I guess when it gets over to the pump for filtering, it'll do it. Don't know, a bit weird. We're going to need, if we want meat consistently, we're going to need to incubate the eggs to speed it up, so we can get that meat flowing. Speed up the hatching of the eggs. Get the eggs out of the room. It lets them play. At the moment, they're not making eggs because they're cramped. So if we get that egg out of the room and into incubation, that would be an improvement. A lot of rooms to do that with. We could do with unlocking more of the shipping. I know our research stuff has not been rebuilt in a long time. But if we auto-swept up eggs, if that can be filtered somehow, say just eggs, and then just dump them into an incubation room. Bit fiddly, but we can do it. I mean, that's what this area's for, really, a bit more ranching. improve it, do it faster, would be good. Water is very low. Cooling is gradually happening. I think to speed up our supply, I'm just going to increase our acceptable temperature to 30. It'll still take a while to get the at 70-80 degree water down to that level, but less than it would to get it down to 20. And it is acceptable for now. When we're short on water, we need it, I think. Furniture-wise, I think the bedrooms we're going to go on this top layer, which is fine. We still can't make the better beds until we can get a lot of plastic. Don't know what comes first, getting more people or getting the plastic. Probably get a little bit of plastic soon-ish, maybe. We could look at ranching the plastic. That is, you know, it is a thing. Complicated, but maybe you know, the refining processes might be just as complicated as far as I know. We have that building, right? Station? No. Refinement. Polymer press. Takes quite a bit of power. Petrol in. Liquid in. So you pipe in the petrol. Gas out. Makes plastic, which will drop on the ground. It will be at least 75 degree plastic, so you need to cool the press down, or cool the atmosphere around the press, because it's going to be creating hot plastic. And 200 degree steam. Okay, that's hot as well. It's a tiny amount of steam, but it's hot. That's interesting. Have to think about what we do with that. That is complicated. And carbon dioxide. Must expel gas through a gas pipe. So steam and carbon dioxide are in a pipeline. So you need a filter to send steam one way and carbon dioxide the other. And it needs to be able to run at 200 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure we have a material that does that. It also just makes a lot of heat in itself. Wow. I mean, it's not the end of the world. If we could submerge it in oil, it would help us turn that oil into petrol without using the refinery. Because that needs to get even a lot hotter than that even. Don't know, that's actually complicated. That's probably as complicated as getting the ranch going with the hydrogen in it for the... Is it Drecos? You feed them something, they go glossy. Yeah, they grow bioplastic scales in a hydrogen climate. That might be easier. New printables. They're coming in quick. I'll take coal, why not? We have plenty, but why not? It's interesting. The pipe's not flowing from the last machine, so you need an input to make it flow. But we've got nothing to input in there. So that's interesting. How do I empty it without... Like, if it's got stuff in here, how do I empty it? Dunno. Maybe just plug a bit of wire in. Yeah. You don't even have to build the bit of wire, you just need the ghost there and it does it. Interesting. And yeah, we need water. Oh well. It's on its way. Polluted water isn't going anywhere. I don't want to disable the farm, I think that's premature because we're not actually making meat at the moment. There's no consistency to it. Maybe we could use some of the excess cold brine to cool things down quicker. Possible. Or even to pre-cool. Like if we took this pipeline that has the hot water in and diverted it, so before going up it comes down and goes through this cold room with a radiant pipe. It would cause our storage of coolant to be a bit warmer, but I don't know, it might be worth doing. We run this just in a circle in this room, cool the room down. It would heat up though, infinitely. Just be patient. See what happens. We're not completely out of water yet. It does look close. Coolant is cooling down though. Yeah, I mean, it should be colder than 20. Because by the time it's gone through this, it'll be too hot. Yes, 30, you know? I guess it's temporarily, must be the deal. Why I set it at that, because it's... Nullify still not getting cold enough. The biome around it is colder. You know, we'd be better off running these pipes through the biome around it instead. It's a bit weird. Don't quite get it. And it does worry me. Keep digging over there. Oh, and might as well dig this way too, actually. Yeah, why don't we? While we're at it, it is about time. Deconstruct them. Seal that room in. Bedtime again. Hydrogen supply looks okay. Soon we're going to have to up that temperature again and just let it in. Stressful. Just, yeah, not sure what to do with the coolant and whatever. Maybe that pipe should come through here. Don't know. It was doing better before, where we just destroyed the excess hot coolant rather than trying to cool it back down. Maybe that would have been the way to go. The thermal nullifier just cools down the water and the coolant continues because we have this supply. But at the moment we're doing nothing with, you know, it's just making more and more and we're not using it. Maybe we should do a dedicated loop for that. Don't know. Try my best not to stress about it. Meanwhile, start building out on this side as well. Just be normal rooms, I guess. Don't need to worry about temperature over here, do we? Not really. Not unless we accidentally uncover the gold volcano. That would create a heat issue. Ladder in. And the pole. Well, let's do the pole this far so it's symmetrical, and then run out of copper and see what we do. Can I just tell them to dig everything safely? Maybe? We'll see what trouble they get into, they always do. Fine for now. Actually reach that block, interesting. I'm just going to cancel that so that they do get that dug out before we seal it off. Although we'll be able to get it from underneath. Yeah, when we build the room underneath, they'll be able to get it. Let's not worry about that. It's fine. Next level, we'll be putting tile in this side. Then yeah, I guess we're starting a new vertical column here as well. I guess that's how it works. This supply teleporter, that's going to be in the way. I don't particularly care about it because I don't really know its value, I suppose. We may find out later it's extremely valuable and I really need to keep it, but I don't know. Still deconstructing these random bits of ladder as well. Okay, we're extending bit by bit. Coal in the generator. Ooh. Hopefully someone fixes that in the morning. Yeah, that water level just goes down every day because it's going into the plants. It's the only thing, right? Because the skimmer returns it. Wrong layout. Skimmer returns it. Oh, the electrolyzer, of course. Oh, and I've done the silly thing again. I've cut off our coolant loop by being careless with my deconstruction instructions. That's a priority. So I guess it's the electrolyzer using a kilogram per second of water. Need to get the supply in. Even the insulated tile underneath it's hot. We started with a pretty cold atmosphere because of this biome, but we must have introduced way too much heat here. There's a bit of pipe there that's at like 40 degrees, yeah. I think that oxygen being in there is a bigger issue than I think. It's not letting the temperature kind of like mix or whatever. Flow a bit. It's getting very, very hot. I don't know what we can do about that. I can break back in and get that oxygen out of there if that helps, and we can repair it while we're there, which might be worth doing. Or we set the other one up to run. I'm not sure we've got enough hydrogen to consistently supply both. Doesn't look bad at the moment, but I'm not confident. Unless we temporarily use this stuff. Oh, it's just, yeah, it's getting rid of it's the issue. I could just desalinate it and use it as water. Wouldn't be awful. We're out of water now, so let's do the crazy thing. Let's up this to 50 and release a whole bunch of water through. And heat the base up because of it, but I'm sure it won't be a disaster. Won't be the end of the world. I want to empty these tanks out so we can extend this water storage and grow it. Get it set up how it should be. See how that goes. Meanwhile, all that can go. And this side, yeah, they're still building. Tidy that up in a second. Should be. Gonna leave that open so they can get rid of the ladder first. Then I'll put the left-hand edge in. That's all there. That's all there. Then I guess airflow there and there and there. Yep. Which means it will be there as well. Bit redundant in that little space, not sure, but we'll do it anyway. 12. I think that should be there as well, and then 4-way is there. Those bits sorted. Get your airflow into here. That one should be It's going to make our skimmer not really working properly for a while, but we can move that in a while. I'm thinking of having two actually on one on each side, because it hasn't been doing great recently. The amount of bad gases we put in the base. There, dig all that out. Get rid of these lockers. Oh, we haven't even rummaged in these yet. Rummage first, then we'll get rid of them. Who is suffocating, and why would they do that to themselves? Because I left the ladders there. I let them do it. My fault. They've tidied that up, so let's get that edge done before we get them trapped again. They're sure to do it. Still not getting water though. It's still just too hot, I guess. Yeah, I mean it's at 60, it's dropping, but the hot water going in is increasing the temperature of the thermonullifier, which means it's not cooling as well. This isn't right. I'm not sure if there is like a right answer, but there's something missing here. It should be getting a lot colder. Maybe because it's damaged? I don't know. Still, not happy. Could I do something with the brine? I could pre-cool it. Just need to set up a way of getting rid of the brine. Just to create another cooling loop up here for it. It's kind of space. Don't know. Oh, heat stroke. Geniuses, they just come down here and work even if it is too hot. This area over here, yeah. Try and get that tile built in without people getting trapped. Free hatchlings. We don't mind those. We are cooling. This area isn't going to cool down very much. The bit that we're going to dig through next is going to be a little colder. Only a little, but it's something. Hopefully. Now, how on earth? How do you get down here in the first place? Was he... I don't understand that one. He built the tile, he jumped down here to get materials to build the tile? That's too far. I have no idea how he got down here. We're going to need to... I have no idea. Build a ladder. As a priority. I'm not going to dig through that abyssal quick enough to get him. He's suffocating. He's going to die. How did he get there? And you as well. This is not enjoyable. You know, just from a game design perspective. Don't make you guys quite so stupid in your game. Oh, and that ladder might be helpful to have. Why is no one building this? Someone coming? No? Priority 9, it can be reached, but no one's doing it. We have the materials. Luckily, some oxygen has made it down here. It's bedtime, but that needs to be overwritten. Let bath time go through. But then, yeah, like Quinn, you absolutely cannot fall asleep in a puddle of dirty water. Ari, you're here. I assume it's because you don't need bathrooms, so you're getting told to keep working. Okay, one piece of ladder, that's no good. Okay, everyone then. whoever's supposed to come down here and build this, come and build it. I don't know why it's not getting done. It's lucky that a pocket of oxygen appeared down there. Otherwise he, yeah, would be dead. Someone can do that last bit. There, now they can all get out. And they can all go to bed. There we go. Definitely my least favourite thing in the game. Needing to micromanage individual movement of individual people so they don't get themselves trapped. It's just silly. Oh, if they've done the rummaging, yeah, let's get them marked for demolish. And we'll deconstruct that so we can block it in again. Then they can do what they've got and we'll see how it goes. Maybe mopping can be instructed. Up here too. Cool. A little bit of water. Looking good. The nullifier's at 18 degrees. It just doesn't seem... Maybe we should have gone with the other option with the aqua tuners. And even then I think there would be a problem. The problem is the nullifier is getting overheated by the surrounding atmosphere. So yeah, it kind of wants separating. I don't know how that makes a difference though. If you move it further away, you've got the same influences. Still got hot and you still got the cold. But at least maybe it could cool down more. Don't know. Really don't know. Let's try and get that blocked in. We even started trying to build that. Weird. Do them too. They should be relatively safe, just these end ones if someone tries to go underneath to get the material to do it. Oh, that one's good. Good. That one needs doing. You know what they're up to, like why aren't they down here doing this? Other jobs going on? Looking after animals, sure. Harvesting food, sure. Okay. Okay, there's other jobs going on. Needing to kickstart things in this room, that's not a good sign. Hydrogen ran out, and the whole thing is frozen up. And we won't be able to get it started again with just one manual. Yeah. From the look of it, the single hamster wheel isn't enough to get the system started again. This is, yeah. All the possible frustrations of the game getting thrown at us today in the first hour. Just keeping an eye on down here. Okay, that side's good. No one trapped. Perfect. Just got this one more tile to do. Guess what'll happen tomorrow. Okay for now. Right. I would think you have to feed in another outside power supply, a bigger one. Trying to make this power itself is not working, and mathematically it's supposed to, very much. So I don't get the issue. Oh, water. That's the issue. It wasn't caused by a power issue, it's caused by the water for the electrolyzers running out. Okay. I'm going to have to go crazy mode then and let 70 degree water through. Or 85 degree, because that's what we've got here. Okay. It's a random bit of pipeline that shouldn't be there anymore. Get rid of that. We're going to have to do something here. Let me Get a bridge. Rock, yeah. Because a bridge will take priority, so we'll put that here as a first, and then cross over there. Insulated between them. Then inside here we want... not sure about radiant. Wolframite, really. Dropping into the coldest part. And then... back again. It might be overkill. Let's just do that, and then, yeah, insulate, because it's still quite warm. Up the side there to rejoin. They're going to need to break into this room to do that, which should be fine. We'll just spread some cold out, which we could probably do with at the moment. And it might be uncomfortable in there, actually, mightn't it? Standing in the freezing liquid. Make sure they can get back out. Put some ladders around. And we can do that very neatly, can we? Let's go there. Yeah. We can't do it nearly. Let's go there. Do that. That's good enough. And they should be able to reach every element here. We'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, it's going to take forever to mop everything up, so they're not getting anything built down here. Fine. This room could be more of an issue. Learning what we have about, like, vacuum sealing stuff, we probably should have put that in a vacuum as well, but never mind. It'll be alright. Just cool the area around it. Hopefully we'll be fine. Do it in here. The hydrogen generator got damaged again by oxygen making it into the loop. That happens when it becomes inconsistent. The sensors don't do what I want if they're not in motion all the time. Which I've broken that. That also won't be helping. Granite. My bad. Okay, they've plugged that and no one is trapped underneath. Perfect. There's still more mopping to do here. Oh, as they're building, it's pushing liquid up. Yeah, that makes sense. There's going to be more and more mopping to do here for a while. Okay. I think I will just finish off the poles. And then we may leave the poles till later in these central ones. It's going to be the start of new ones coming down. Yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of this teleporter output. Oh, you can't. There's no deconstruct option? Maybe we activate it and then we can deconstruct it. I don't believe we have an option to rebuild it anywhere, so if we get rid of it, it's gone, but if it lets us get rid of it, I think I will. Did we have I think we had another one, but I could be wrong. If we have another one, we'll use that. That's a hot tub, okay. It's not what I'm after. More quest things. No, I don't know then. We'll see when we get down there. It is really in the way that could be an issue. We may have to end the base here because it's in the way, and then they'll suit up at this point and build odd shapes coming further down. It's not ideal, but we can deal with it. Well, you know, we'll live. Broken down again. Damn. They didn't even finish building that. Okay. Said I was worried about the water thing. It's a problem. It's like broken, other than our oxygen supply, but yeah, we'll see. Prioritise mopping over building stuff. It's... Someone should be building, right? I got that wrong. Where is it? Up here? Doctoring, rocketry, tidying, cooking. Building. Pretty far down. But yeah, they're on high priority for it. So one person should be building, not mopping. They are now. Just put that as a 4. So they do prioritise the other things, but it will get mocked if I don't ask them to do too many other things. So yeah, then they'll come in here. It's gonna... Without something to deal with the heat, it's gonna just overheat. So I don't know what we're gonna do about that. That's unreachable because I don't want to get in the cold. And it is unreachable, yeah. That's not good. Can't build it from below without breaking in, which we can't do. Create a diagonal or something? No. Don't think there's anything we can do there. We need to lower the water level enough. So if we... plumbing level. If we plug this back in, because I've broken the loop again, but because there is room to put more in. Awful at breaking these loops. Let's... Is that a wolframite one? It is. Into there, and then that's a granite one. Connect it up. See what happens. Could get some sweetles and turn them into meat. Eventually, when we work it all out. Don't know how that Dreco got into that room. Someone opened the door for it, I guess. Oh, someone may have actually dropped it off in here. Drecos are no... not much point in dropping Drecos in here because they won't fall. They'll climb back out, so there's no point in putting them in here. Grubs, I'm not sure if they can climb. Don't think so. Hatchling's fine. Morbs, not even seen one. Pips can climb on walls as well, so no point in putting them in either. That's a bit of an issue. Guess we'll see. No point in putting poke shells in because they can breathe underwater, I think. Puffs fly. Shinebugs fly. Shovelwolves can't go through tiles, so they could come in. Sunbugs are them, yeah. Yeah, okay. There we go. Kind of want that Dreco out of there now, but it's the easy thing to do is to kill it. We will have enough of them around, I'm sure. Let's get that meat. Can't get the water to get the hydrogen, to cool down the water, so that we can get the hydrogen. It's a bit of an issue. Not making enough polluted water to sieve. Making it, but not enough of it. And nothing's happened in here. That loop has stopped. Shouldn't have stopped. Should be clear at every stage, like that joins. There's a bridge there that tells it what direction to move, but it won't, will it? You saw this before. Can't join it directly, it just doesn't like it or something. Well, get rid of that bit. It wasn't enough to flush that through the... Ooh, I am struggling with the game today. Just not doing what I want. Let's forget about this. Release all the water through. Don't care how hot it is, we need the water. So do that. Meanwhile... I guess we get rid of what we were trying to build here because it's just not working. And yeah, it's not sustainable, so never mind that. Forget about it. I do want that one to be a priority though. Still got some mopping to do because we're going to make more of a mess of it now anyway, so make that mess and then we'll deal with it. That level. And then mopping that room. Stuff that fell down there. And then everything else that dribbled all the way to the bottom. Okay. We have some water there now. Hopefully enough to get that hydrogen. Hopefully enough to sustain itself so the hydrogen starts to flow again. So we'll see. Bit more mopping there. And there. Not sure why his tiles have shifted, I guess, as they went. If we could get all that water put away, it'd be nice. But yeah, for now it's just a mess. What else did we get out of those thingies? Data bank. Oh, warm sweater. Some people getting heat stroke. I don't think we want people wearing a warm sweater around the base. Yet. That's fine. Let's come down a bit more. There's a bit more abyssal here. I want to get out. Get the temperature from this biome spreading. Let's come down another layer in the middle. Two, three, four. That's the level. Block it in, leave it open. Oh, probably blocking in, right? Well, I need to get into this room to work out what we can do there. So, that's going to be very awkward however we do it. Let's block that in. For the time being. Block that edge. Well, work out how we're going to get down and everything in the future, but for now. Cancel that one. Dig out all of that. But also this way. Get rid of that tile. Could be asking for trouble. Then I want to just, dig some spaces where that liquid can flow out. Get rid of it. Deconstruct a bit of this. Not yet. That'll do to begin with. We'll see how that goes. Just want this liquid to spread out a bit so we can lower the level and look at this teleporter properly. If we can. Okay, hydrogen supply improving. Water level slowly rising. Temperature out of control. Yeah. Oh well. Just have to bring that coolant loop closer or something in the future, or set up something new specifically for there. I want to move that bridge up. Do something different at this point. That's still not flowing. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, at this point it definitely should be flowing. What could we do about that? Don't know. Because the bridge should be forcing it to flow. If it's not, we just need to empty a piece of pipe. Yeah. I got it flying again. It was just too full to make the jump, I guess. It's weird, but okay. If we move the bridge up, we could put a shut-off to add new stuff in as needed. I'd like a bit of space in the air anyway, in the loop. And now we're at 40 degrees on the thermo nullifier because it's not running. Way too hot. Mostly because we're pumping hot water directly past... Oh no, we're not. It's not coming over the vacuum. So it shouldn't... I don't know. The brine is pretty hot at the moment. That does make some sense. Oh, the base has got so hot. Wow, that got hot very quickly. The pipeline bringing the water back is not insulated. That makes sense. Yep. Okay, so yeah, we do need to do something, even if it is temporary, to deal with this. And we need to do it quite urgently. We can jump that. Might we want to do something different there instead, so we can go on to either? Probably. Put the bridge in there. And then we can have... Yep. Get rid of that bridge. Get rid of the bit of pipe above it. I'm going to move that up one. That should be... thermally reactive one. Obsidian? Maybe? Do we use sedimentary rock? I think we used obsidian. But we can use... yeah, whatever. Put that in there. That bit of pipe in the middle there can go. Then... wolframite that into there and that into there. Shut off. Don't think it really matters. Not lead, basically. Because it's not so good at anything. Make an iron one, that's fine by me. Oh, it can't go behind the thingy there. So, put it there? Doesn't really work. No, it doesn't. You're annoying. That can go up here then. So that the shut-off's going up here. The bridge was just to tell it what direction to go, I think. There's no other need for a bridge here. I don't think, and we've got a bridge earlier. Yeah, again, not sure it was really needed there, but we've got one. So let's try that again. Don't make any of that. Give me wolframite pipe all the way down, and give me granite from the valve into the shutoff, and a granite bridge over here, which is for a whatever we're doing now, temporary cooling thing. And then a little bit of, I guess, granite to connect the output of the shutoff into there, and an element sensor. Again, can't go behind the wall or behind the door. Ooh, that's annoying. Okay, move the shutoff down one. It's going to be a little ugly, but, you know, whatever. I want to get something done here. Move that down one. Get rid of that piece. Take our... so this one we don't want wolfram. Actually, there's a bit of pipe there we want to get rid of. Okay. We can do what I've asked for so far. And we're going to need to mop more up. Non-stop mopping all day today. Could do with giving them the soup before they do the bit I'm asking at the moment. Might be nice for them, but never mind. Okay. So now I'm going to use granite, not wolframite, to come into the room. Not that it makes much of a difference, but it does. And then out again. And then wolframite to carry on. We'll see what they actually build there, but whatever. And then a little bit of granite to connect the output of that to there, where we will have the element sensor. A little bit of wire. I think that's all the elements for that. Ooh. At the moment it's probably helping, but we should re-insulate that wall. Might be helping a tiny bit. Food is currently okay-ish. Flow here is not particularly smooth, but okay. Seems fine. Still no consistent hydrogen supply, so yeah. Is what it is. Couple of airflow missing there. Put them there before I forget. Power, sure. Add that in, and they can't reach. Maybe that bit of ladder helps. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not sure how they get there. That bit of ladder does not help. Oh, unless someone else is coming to do it. No, it still says unreachable. Okay. What can we do about that? We can get rid of that bit of tile. In fact, we can get rid of both. Then they can reach that corner. By jumping on top of the door. Cool. Cool. Get it done. We need to set the filter. We're looking at brine. But silly me. We need a not signal in there. How do we do that? Just get rid of the wire and we'll redo it. Because at the moment it's reading it and adding more in. That's the opposite of what we want. Okay, at the moment, be patient. People up to. Why is that getting damaged? Natural gas generators losing health. Then I'm going to have to keep an eye on it, I guess, to find out. It's copper to repair it. Yeah, that's fine. There's no real information here on what damaged it. I don't know. I don't think there is. You need to see the little pop-up that tells you. Is it a power issue? Oh, wrong element. Wrong element? What do you mean wrong element? You're saying something that isn't natural gas has made it into the natural gas generator? That can't be right. Leaks polluted water, yeah, that's fine. Converts natural gas into electrical power. I don't follow. Should be ventilation. It's full of natural gas. It can't be anything else going in. Yeah. We're not. We put the bridge in. There's a shut off there. It's not like the ideal situation, but it's okay. With the bridge there, that's fine. Yeah, it's just natural gas that comes up here. That's weird. I don't understand. Man, the game's really trying to annoy me today. Trying its best. Is it because it's in a carbon dioxide atmosphere? Is that the issue? Can't be. I don't know. Because the algae distiller has dripped some polluting water on it? Possible, I guess. Doesn't seem likely. We have to be here to see it happen, but even then I'm not sure I'll catch what the issue is. Maybe it was something bad got into the ventilation line somehow. Don't know how. If we hit the leveler, kick back in, it's working now without issue. No damage done. No? I don't know, I mean, we'd have to stare at it for hours. Right, back here we've got the bits tidied up. Plug into the knot, and then the knot goes into the thingy. And the sensor can sense brine now. So if it senses brine, it does not open the gate. And while we're at it, we insulate that room. And it would appear we are missing the bit that plugs into the shutoff in the first place, but there we go. Okay, now we want... It doesn't really matter, granite will do. Run this line over here. And then... Can't actually get it into that room. So we're going to have to do it in here, I guess. Bridge there. Again, we use granite for now. Put another one up there. Going to be a mess to rip this all out later, but the pipelines have always been quite a mess, so I guess we'll live. Now I want, I guess, wolframite, but maybe some radiant pipe. Don't really have the materials for a lot of it. But a little bit of it down right at the bottom here, next to the pump, could be a good idea. To get really cold. Let's do that. And then, yeah, wolframite the rest. So we're just going to go... Not expecting to have that much liquid in here. I don't think cooling the atmosphere is going to make much of a difference. Just need to worry about how we get back again after. So into the liquid, around the pump, through the rest of the liquid that is there, and then it needs to go back and get deleted, or it needs to go somewhere to be deleted. Go throw it into space. We've got the lines that run up there now, it might be easier than anything else. Well, if it's cold enough, it could go back round for another run, but I don't particularly want to do that. Bring it down. We just want to delete it, and actually throwing it into space could be the easiest way of doing that, rather than setting up another squishy machine for squishing. I think that might be the best option at the moment. Let's try it. It's going to take a lot of pipeline. Where are we going to send it? Up the side here? More granite. The granite will actually allow a bit of transfer, I guess. So we'll cool a bit more than planned, maybe. Run alongside the ventilation pipe. But then, yeah, it needs to go, I guess, there we could put a... I don't actually know how this is going to work. Let's go a little higher, put the liquid vent in, and then see what happens. I'm kind of expecting as you vent it into this, it just disappears, but I could be wrong. It might drip back down, and then this won't work, and we'll have to deconstruct the whole thing. But if we have to deconstruct the whole thing, then we'll do that. It's worth learning, at least. It's worth trying to cool this down. We'll see how it goes. It is intentionally temporary. In fact, that's all emptied. So we can get that deconstructed. Everything in that room. And I guess the connector there. Any power? Oh, just what we couldn't reach before, so yeah. So we can get rid of that airflow tile. Get those bits of cable out as well. Okay. It's going to take them a while to build all that, a long while, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, we are missing a bit of airflow there, and ideally there. That's not really going to do anything, so we do that. Yeah, we'll do that. It's the right thing to do to allow airflow. Do need the air to flow around here. Many nasty gases. Okay, I've opened that up. This is still submerged. I'm going to hit the activate button. Someone will come down at some point and activate it, and then we can see what that means, I guess. Ooh. Did someone... They just really wanted a bit of slime from the bottom there. Leave them to it. Tiny bit to mop up there. Oh, and there. Okay. Oh, and there. Which is still dribbling now. Oh, it must have been from deconstructing something in this room. That makes sense. So actually now that we got through all that storage and we got through, this room is reducing the amount it's got, amount of water in it. And there's still not that much available to us. So we are consuming a lot of water. Oh, so that liquid pump is, yeah, overheating. That's not really surprising at this point, is it? Oops. Let's do the right thing and change this back to what it should be at 30. Still no hydrogen there. Still not a consistent supply of hydrogen there, and that's the problem. Big time. Printables. Anything going to save our day? A bit of free food, that'll help. Will be something. Scalding. They went in the really hot water. Yep. Or that room. Oh, they're going into the water. Yeah, it's going to happen. I could force them to put a suit on before they did this, but it's just, you know, we don't have time for that. You have coolant. It is already not cool, but that's okay. They can build that missing bit on the corner, it'll come in, which might stop the overheat damage. No. Oh, there's missing a bit on that bridge as well. So another piece they need to go in for. There it is. Deliver the materials, not built it yet. They have to keep going in to repair that. Maybe we should replace that. Well, we're going to replace it in a minute anyway. We can do a gold one when we do that. Be a good idea. Go lower priority. Sweep that room out. Ready. Finish everything else off first. Okay, they've added that. So there's a bit of cold flowing in now. A tiny bit. But it'll do something. And the pipeline is then stopped because they need to go all the way up now to keep it moving. It'd be interesting to find out what happens when it reaches space. What are we doing in here? There's a... What have I done? There's a good amount of hydrogen backed up in these pipes, but I've cut the line that is preventing it from going up. That is a priority. I'm really good at that, really good at accidentally cutting the lines. Okay, so that's been enabled. Still giving an error that the teleporter on the other side is disabled. Goes from one asteroid to another. I don't really know much about that system. I feel like this colony is gonna either collapse or just frustrate me to the end before we do any inter-asteroid stuff. Bit of water's building up in there now. Get that cooled down, it'll help. I think we'll get there. It just might be a long time. But yeah, there is no way of getting rid of this. I can disable it, but I cannot dismantle it. So this room is going to be the last room in the base. I mean, we could build around it, but we can't. We can do this one. Okay, we could build around it. Not sure it's worth it. There's quite some distance left to go, but as we did with the thermal nullifier, we can just, you know, go off grid to get there. It's okay with me. Same above the base. We've got a nice grid of a base. It'd be nice if less of it was given to storage and more of it to doing things, but it's okay. It's big enough, I'm sure. So if we end it, by end I mean this is the room where they put the suit on to go any further. I think that's okay with me. So we don't really want them coming through here to do that though. If we come further right, though he's stopped by this unit anyway. So we kind of want him to come down in the middle. It's an option, can be done. Might not be ideal. Yeah, we want to block that off. No doubt he's going to get someone trapped. No, good, they're good. Safe to instruct on then. Finish that off, and then we will probably get rid of those airflows and form something. Like, we can't do, well, if we do both sides, we need 2 atmosuit checkpoints, which is okay. They don't cost anything, right? Where are they? Station? Yeah, it's the dock that needs the power and the oxygen, so it doesn't matter what side they're on. Yeah, that's fine then. Just a little extra metal. I'm going to do 2. So if we had there and there, and then we put the things either side of that, then we could go down in the middle here. That's the point where we come down. That's fine. And again, the airlocks don't need to be like stopping gases and stuff necessarily. They're fine like this because it's really just about temperature more than anything. Okay, that'll do. That's half a plan. It's there. Not the neatest thing in the world. But we can put a skimmer in the room above, or one this side, one that side, or something. We don't necessarily need to skim here. We could have a pump or pumps at the bottom of the base with filtration through the system. So we're just constantly cycling all the gas from the bottom up to somewhere else. We take the chlorine off into storage at some point. We take the carbon dioxide off into a closed room with a skimmer in it, maybe. Might be more consistent if we were just constantly pumping. Might like that. Don't know. Saying to mop all this, but I bet that's a bad idea. Yeah, it's still not moving. Where are they? With this pipeline. Oh, a long way up. Okay. Yeah, being a suit is the next thing. We're mopping that as well. Although, give priority 6 to the rest of this line. You fixed the line. A bit of hydrogen has made it into here. And it's doing something. It's only cool. I mean, he's come down from the 40 down to 26 pretty quick, so just getting all the way down to negative 170 or whatever seems like he just can't, so I don't know what I'm missing there. It's all good though. Kind of preferred the old way. I think I said that. Actually using the slosh we have, so we may do away with the thermo nullifier, or set up something with the slosh while we repair and redo the nullifier. We'll see. Might be an idea to send our temporary loop past the farm as well. Plenty of muck root, but still, that ain't best. Bit more low priority mopping. So this stuff is, when I open that door, is dribbling all the way down. Ice melting off the surface here, I guess. Single suit doesn't seem great. One person delivers the stuff, comes back in, has to put the suit away, and so on and so on. Someone else comes and gets the suit to go out and build it, and so on and so on. I love this though. See that? The water's freezing into ice and then melting into water. Because it's bouncing in temperatures there. Heat from the tile of our base and then the cold from the surface. It's funny. Water mop. Probably worth just waiting until it's all done, but still. Almost there. If this doesn't work, we could try just dribbling it out onto the top of the solar panel or something. Don't know. Guess we'll see. Cooling back down. Good. Okay. It's still this kind of firefighting. It's really annoying. I spent all of the stream today getting frustrated with the systems of the game and then firefighting the issues rather than actually getting anywhere. We have built a lot down here, actually. That's a bit unfair. Need to sort out our gas situation, but yeah. The carbon dioxide, I have heard, if you put a fridge in a carbon dioxide atmosphere, the food inside can't rot. Well, this leaves it at the ideal temperature to prevent spoilage, but it's still spoiling or something. Don't know how or why, how that works. It can be slowed down. I think that's the deal. The fridge is slowing the spoiling, but it still happens. We haven't really suffered from that, but it could be improved if we left the food in carbon dioxide atmosphere instead, which we could, you know, pump this carbon dioxide into a room, and if the pressure in that room is too high, vent some of it into a skimmer. Again, a bit more complicated than I think we can deal with right now, but at some point it might be nice. Free dirt. We've gone through 60 tons of dirt very quickly. We used to have 100 tons of it, and now we do not. It's being turned effectively into coal, but we may have overdone that. We may very soon need a dirt source. Sooner than I'd like. Just have to deal with that. Just there, that's another trip back and forth. More water to dribble down. Could we do something to... I don't think there's anything we could do to stop the melting water falling into the base. A series of back and forths, but it would eventually dribble through still. Okay, 3 more bits of pipe. One journey for someone, right? Who's going to come and do it? Brine that's in there must have heated up by now. Not really helping. No, the brines are 70 degrees, yeah. Not really helping. And it's bedtime, so that's another day it's going to take to do that. Okay. Fine. Temperature is dropping there, good. What could we do instead? The advantage of deleting the overheated brine is it lets the fresh stuff in. There's not much... Yeah, trying to cool it some other way or balance it, don't know. Maybe that's it, really, just cool the water. That thought from earlier. Just cool the water up here at the nullifier. Brine's not infinite. I'm not sure 4 storage tanks is enough to last the dormant period. If we're constantly deleting it. Don't know. Yeah, we certainly have a temperature issue. We know why, you know. It had to be done though. Keep things moving. This one's gone dormant. 53 cycles before we get more water. We weren't quick enough in getting it stored and stuff. We've cleared that room though, that's... Okay, we can start that. I finished building this, good. So, brine should be on its way up, which it is. Means it's going to start moving, so the cold stuff is going to come out. At a very cold temperature and start doing something in this area. Hopefully get those plants back there. We're out of food, we just got the muckroot left. So we do need to get these growing again. 5 degrees to drop, I think they're going to need help. Yeah. This isn't going to cool very quick. Maybe. No, not really. Slowly, very slowly. Bit weird, but yeah. I guess the pipe contains 10 kilograms of brine. The square contains 1,000 kilograms of water. So you need the temperature difference to be quite a lot to make a difference to that. So how much water is stored in a square? That makes a bit of sense. Is interesting. Still, yeah, that's still just going to melt in there. And it's doing what I didn't want. Interesting. Good to see. It just drips the brine back into our base and floods us. Okay, that's no good then. That is not going to do what I want. If we dripped it into a puddle somewhere, it should turn into snow, ice, right? It should turn into ice. Not if we did it in the vacuum, but down here on the surface where it's not cold enough. Oh, it is cold enough. Yeah, yeah. -50 would be enough to turn it into ice. I mean, we can attempt it just to find out, can't we? No harm in trying. Just make a little bucket. A liquid vent inside it. Can't do that. Need to do it that way around because it's not tile. But okay. You know, took a long time to build it and turns out it's not actually going to help. Dump it out and flood the whole place and we'll mop it all up later. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. If it just turns it into little blocks of ice up here, then good. It's something. But it's not best. Best would be to crush it like we were before. We'll have to go back to doing that. Ooh. We had a surplus hatch delivered in. Okay. Okay. Maybe some more soon. Let's think. We want... I think it's going to be pretty simple. I guess they've dropped a guy in, so a critter sensor in... They're different rooms, because there's a door. That little bit of water, liquid at the bottom, brine, is a different room. So critter sensor up here will detect... So based on the number of eggs and critters in a room. So if we say there is any critter in this room, it has to be trapped in the middle here, because that's where it gets released, hopefully. And then carry that to the door. So anyone in the room, open the door, critter drops in, it will then be in a different room and the door will close. And it'll be trapped there. So maybe we could trap flying ones and stuff. Depends how, when they drop them. Not sure. Not important either. It's really, we are farming hatches, so it's the surplus of that farming process that we're trying to turn into meat. More effectively would be better. We will end up farming pips though, and they climb on walls, so yeah, not sure about that one. We'll see. Someone is up here working on it. Okay. We still have the materials nearby this time. But apparently they're not going to do it. Someone else is. Okay, so sensor is going to just count critters and send a green signal if it's above 0. This does not do what I was expecting. Okay. Hatches can walk on open doors. What? What? This disables the drop-off. because it's not on a solid surface anymore, so they're not going to try and drop anyone else in here, but that hatch needs to fall in, and it doesn't. I'm very surprised by that. Very much. What can we do about that? Nothing, I don't think. I'm going to test a theory, block that off, leave the airflow there, that's fine. Remove that tile. Well, after this is done. Now return into the same room though. No, hang on. But I think, yeah, kind of have to remove that and all of them. I'd like to replace that airflow, but it's not a big deal. Is that hatch at some point just going to jump in? Was my thinking. Maybe not. Need a bit of tile there, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, that surprises me a lot. I don't know. I guess he walks on the door frame. Like, okay, fine, but not what I was expecting. So yeah, you put the tile there. He can jump back and forth. But he's not going to just jump in. I don't know how you do it. I've heard about it. I guess is where this came from. Is you can drown unwanted animals. Like I've heard that. I'm sure you can. I don't know how. I thought you just drop them into the water, but you can't drop. They'll just stand on the tile. That's going to take some research. I'm going to have to look that up. I don't know how else you do it. And the critter drop-off has auto-wrangle, but it doesn't have auto-attack. Which is what we want. We just... Not sure we're going to do a full 4 hours today, because this is really testing my patience for the game today. I've said before about how part of ranching is getting meat out of the animals. And there's just no method of doing it. There's not like a building that you build where you harvest surplus animals, and there should be. Like, they just absolutely should be, because it's part of the process. And if the only design or mechanism the game has for doing that is like drowning them in water, it should be intuitive how you do that. It should be obvious or described somewhere. Because at the moment it's just like, I don't get it. You know, we'll just have a bunch of tied up animals with nowhere to put them and nowhere to butcher them. It's weird, really weird, and very frustrating. So, I mean, that's just going to have to wait because I don't get it. So, I'm going to have to Google that. I can't see any other option. Annoys me a lot, as I've said before. But hey, there we go. This is also not working. I guess the temperature of the liquid is too high. And it's like it's dripping out, but then it's going to take time for the adjacent temperature to reduce it down. So that's, you know, it doesn't instantly turn it like it was with the blobs down here. It's not doing that. I don't know if we could do that somehow. Maybe with like a surrounding it by those temperature shifting plates will take the coldness out of this biome. Which isn't, I don't think it's permanent coldness, but we can try that because I'm curious about it. Where were they? They're in utilities. We want to make it out of metal. Gold will make it thermally reactive. I don't know if that's... Well, it's not going to cause a slower transfer of heat, is it? So, yeah. Let's get that. Put in like that. And while we're at it, tile that space in better. We'll see if that helps. Might not. In either case, I think we're going to have to do something different, so... I'm not banking on this, I'm just curious about it because we're here. We'll have a snazzy suit, I guess. Can I see what people are wearing somewhere? Vitals, maybe? No. Consumables, no. No, it doesn't look like it. Not that I can see, so I'll have to click through each one. Some of them were not, or they're wearing something they weren't particularly happy with, I thought I saw. There, they've got a snazzy suit already. They've got a cool vest, so that is decreasing decoration, as a snazzy suit is increasing it, while insulating better. So anyone with a cool vest can swap, so Lyra. Snazzy suit. There you go, you can upgrade. Cool. Moment we're just flooding ourselves again. Someone could come up here and build something. Nope. We must be like very flooded down here. Oh, not so bad yet. Quite bad, but not so bad. We just open the door at the bottom and dribble it in with the rest down here, I guess. What are we doing there? Still not negative, I don't get it. How's their hydrogen? Still not great. If we could consistently and have a, spare hydrogen, then I would get another one online. See what we can do. Maybe we need to work with Weezewarts. That was always another option. Need to supply them with is it phosphorite? Yeah. Not easy at the moment. Do we do here? I can stare at it all day, I'm never going to work it out. The tile. If they can stand on the door is irrelevant. There's no point in trying to open the door with a sensor, it's not going to do anything. And if the drop-off can't be submerged, and it has to be on a solid surface. So drop-off is always going to give them somewhere to stand that doesn't kill them. Guessing they can't live, or it's not clear, can they live in a carbon dioxide filled atmosphere? Because some animals can and some can't, I guess. That is a guess. You could dump them into a room that's way too hot for them, but that would involve having a room that's way too hot. Or I don't know, maybe we put them into an atmosphere that they can't breathe and see what happens. Don't know. Because the Drecos can live in a hydrogen atmosphere, but I don't know if all animals can live in all gases. No idea. So a bit worried about dirt. It's okay, but we are getting through it. Okay, they've delivered the parts. Completely flooded the place in the process, yeah. Excellent. Doesn't really matter if the bit outside this door is full of liquid, they've got a suit on. But it's when they open the door and it dribbles down the base that it's just a bit annoying. Still delivering stuff. Why wouldn't they bring enough to build one? Can they not? It's 200 kilos, maybe they can't carry enough. Interesting. Stuff is at least flowing. Something. Not cooling that stuff down much though. But that water's pretty much all used up now. And we don't have a new source or anything, so... we're going to have to release more hot water in. I guess. So we get a desalinator running. What does it take to operate one? Where are they? In the refinement? Yep. So brine will go in. A lot of power, but we can do that. Liquid in, liquid out. So brine in, water out. It's kind of handy that it's yeah, wouldn't need a pump necessarily. Would use one, but wouldn't need one. Is that it? Remove the salt. So the salt will just drop on the floor, which, whatever. It's fine. So if we want to dump liquid in, it might be better to desalinate what we've got stored up in the cold stuff rather than the hot stuff. Very tempting. And it's doable. And we could avoid this mess that I'm playing around with on the surface that isn't actually working. Let's do it. We want to build in that room really, but temporarily it could be okay. Like I'd rather not. Can we put it up here? Not easily. Over here? Over here. Let's do this. Build that there. Get me granite will do. So from the bridge into there, and then from there into there. And then... well, let's get that much built first, and then we'll go from there. Wiring-wise, the network that makes the most sense is the one with the refinery on. Because we're not actually using that. As long as we don't switch that on, it'll be okay. Does mean we'll need to jump this other one. Just wire bridge there. We'll use regular wire because it's the other stuff we're just not going to operate while we're doing this. Going to get rid of that bit of pipe. Which will make a little bit of a mess. Which we're used to by now anyway. Deconstruct that little bit extra, and then here we're going to disconnect that. And then plug that in. Plug that into there. Start deconstructing the other parts of this picture. All the way up, yeah. The curiosity though. Oh, they still just didn't build them in time. Whatever. Let's... Oh, they are there. Oh, that's interesting. It's not like a tile. I didn't realise that. The plate isn't... It doesn't block like a tile does. So, we'd need to tile around it to stop it from doing this. Interesting. Doesn't matter. Too late now. Maybe we'll find another use for that in the future where we can actually use it. But, okay. You know, let's... cut our losses on that one. All we've managed to do is flood our base with brine. And continually. Hopefully them opening the doors to do this is... Oh, how is he out there without a suit on? Because it flooded the checkpoint, which disabled it. Interesting. I bet that's it. Get back in there and unflood it. In fact, someone come and open that door. At least for a bit. And that one while you're at it. Let's empty it a bit. We can vent the base for a while, it won't cause any damage, I'm sure. Be fine. Get this mopped up. More mess over this side, no, that's fine. So just what's down here. Cancel that. Give a new instruction, I guess. What's down here might be too much. Yeah, so we need to open these up as well to drain that down. Okay. Oh, and the same has happened here, so yeah, it'll take a while to get this all mopped up, but we'll do it. This seems to be working better now, as long as we can keep that water coming in, which is about to fall apart. Desalinator is desalinating, but it's not releasing full blobs. even though we have a valve telling it to do so. I don't understand. Oh, it's... the pipe is full and it's dripping bits through. This will be because the desalinator doesn't take in 10 kilograms, it takes in 5. That makes sense. A bit like the sieve. Okay. You know, we should have 2 of them, but that's a big power draw. Good. Brine's going in, water's coming out. At some point, I guess, salt appears on the floor, but I don't know when. Takes a while to build up, I guess. Maybe someone has to go and dig it out of there, I don't know. We'll see. Either way, we have a constant supply of very cold water. A bit too cold, actually. It's interesting. The water's coming out at -3. We're kind of lucky it's not trying to turn into ice. Or am I crazy? I want the water. Water. It's -0.6. So yeah, it should be trying to turn into ice, but it's not. Lucky. Helpful. Hopefully enough to keep the water supply to the electrolyzers running. To cool the other water supply down. It's running out of power. Bit weird. Shouldn't be, but you know, whatever. Okay, I mean that's a better use for that brine. Hopefully that'll cool this area down as well. But we could still do with sending something cold up past the plants. Some of them look like they're about to come back on. Keep cooling stuff down. Yeah, that's the bit that annoys me. The kind of that pipe is hot and it's kind of looks like it's spreading because it's not in the hydrogen that's mixing with the other hydrogen that's cold. Feels like. Oh, that's done. So let's put them back on auto. That's tidied up a bit. Bit more to mop there. Tiny little pockets along here. A few weird bits there. Let's get them all done. What's left in there? Start heading down. It's a hell of a mess. Don't we have the power or the... Got the oxygen supply, I guess, for putting the suits at the bottom there, but not really the power. I have to... Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about that. Just we'll leave it for a bit and see how it goes. This is... Should just take this apart, but maybe it'll help with how it's supposed to work. If I can look that up. If I can work that out. To look this up as well, I don't know. I think we should go in and get rid of that oxygen. I think it needs to be done to make this work properly, but we're not really in a position to stop it, I guess. But the desalinator requires emptying. Okay, let's put that as a higher priority. So someone has to come and take the salt out, and then it will start working again. Which is not great. Takes a minute to do as well, nice. There we go. Now it's gonna, yeah, make more water for us again. Keep that at a high priority to make it move, keep it going. Cool this liquid down. Well, it's got to be working, you know, that pipe that's feeding it in must be colder. Coming out at 10 degrees, interesting. Because it was sat there for a bit, that causes it to heat up. Yeah, coming past the coal generators might be heating it up as well, which is, it's good that it comes past there to cool the atmosphere down. Where it's initially coming out is very cold. Will live, you know, it's good. As long as it can spread around, keep the gases moving. I don't think we need them to put the suit on yet, do we? If they can hold their breath. There's a lot of carbon dioxide pulled down here now. Because the skimmer's too high up. So we do need to do something about that. Let's do... If I want any kind of pumps or anything, it's... I guess if we're replacing what's here, it's okay, but still... Not ideal. Best thing might be just take a pump and put it into this spot next to here with all the other stuff that's dumped there. But... and that wouldn't be too bad. It would cost 120 watts, which I don't think any of our networks have available now. Everything's overloaded. Around a bit of wire there we'll get rid of. It's 240. Actually, I might be wrong on that. We got here, so 250 there. Plus another 480, 600. And 25. 875. So 125 more watts we could fit. Not a gas pump. They're 240, not 120. So no, it can't handle it. We would need more coal generators up and running, which we have the coal to do, but yeah, I don't feel in control of anything that's happening in the base. We're over 2 hours in. Somehow that time has just flown past in a fit of frustration. We've at least tidied up after ourselves. That's something. And we have something happening that isn't the end of the world. But, you know, not being able to get very far because of this water issue is bothering me. It really feels like just start again and get a grip on the water earlier kind of thing, but, you know, I'm on the fence about that at the moment. But it's about time I took a short break. It would be good for the head to take a 5-minute rest. And then when I'm back... I mean, we need to sort out this carbon dioxide. So we need to move the skimming room down here. Like, that has to be done, so we'll do that. And then we'll see, I guess. Keep an eye on all these things. If we want to break into the nullifier, we need to create an airlock, punch through, drain everything out again, and then re-vacuum it again. It's time consuming. I do think it would be better to set the other one up and switch over instead. Maybe we'll do that later. We'll see how it goes. One thing at a time. I have no idea how we get meat from ranching, so we need to get our food back online because we're eating mock root. But for now, let's take a 5-minute break, and like I say, when I'm back, we'll just see how it goes. Go another couple of hours trying to make something constructive happen today, and not be too frustrated. We'll see how it goes. In any case, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Hello, hello there. Back from the break. Let's get these guys on pause so they can finish their sleep. Let's see what we get up to next. I am still very tempted to start a new colony. Not today, I don't think. We'll keep going. At least another hour, hopefully the full 2. We'll see just how annoyed I get, but I'm tempted to start again so that I can get a better grip on something. Some of the things we've learned, apply them earlier. We could just play till the point where something does actually properly break and kill us, I guess. Frustrating as that might be, it could also be interesting. But you know, we could do something different with the all the systems. I think swapping away from these filters, the ones that cost power, was a mistake. They are safer, unless I can find some like a layout that would be equally as safe, you know, doesn't allow things to back up and end up in the wrong place like we've been having. Not sure. This stuff that's coming round is almost 30. Interesting. The sensor is at the wrong point. It should be... oh, it's at 25. Oh, but it can't come off for cooling because this is full. So like that's not right as well. It should always come through. But yeah, I don't know how we do that. It has to be constantly moving, so things can only come past the nullifier once. I think the aqua tuner setup might have been better, because it would drop at 14, but then we need to guarantee that the nullifier can drop that. The heat that's added to the aqua tuner needs to be removed. Dunno, it's interesting. Maybe the nullifier can do that, maybe it can't. A consistent supply of hydrogen would be nice. If we had a vent of hydrogen, like we had a chlorine one up here, if we had hydrogen instead, that would be really good. Really helpful. But this isn't the only way of cooling stuff. Like the only sustainable way of cooling stuff. There are other methods, I'm sure. One involving the steam turbines. I'm vaguely aware of. I want to build out that water storage and improve it. It's one thing that needs doing. We want to keep going down, although maybe we need to deal with more pressing, urgent matters first. We have a... okay, a liquid pipe broke here. That's going to be from releasing too cold water out of the desalinator, which is now spilled all over the floor. What can we do about that? We need to heat up, warm it up slightly first. Only a little bit. This whole thing is a mess and I'm not happy with it. What can we do so that we can get rid of it? Like what could we do to simplify our base? We can block off pretty much the whole left-hand side. What we're storing in here is raw minerals, and we have those here. So we could block that off. We can block this farm off, and we can block off that thing because it doesn't work. So we can shrink our base down a bit. Right-hand side we're pretty much not using at the top. Kind of moot, kind of need to move our farms somewhere that is just colder. Oh, or not. I think we've heated the whole place up now. Oops. Bitten off more than I can chew at once, I think, is the issue here. Thing is working, but it's not helping. The brine being desalinated is good, but it requires a manual intervention and it's too cold. The old way we had it was the best, right? We've tried various things, but the old way we had our cooling loop was the best. So I think we should move it back to be closer to the centre, because that is now an issue. My own fault, but we had to do it. And then delete the stuff that's too hot, like we were. Keep it at a specific temperature. We can run it through this area until it's the right temperature to do the rest of the base. For example, send it up the middle and get everything else out the way. You go close to the middle anyway, that's fine. We can't stop to do that because we need to keep cooling. So we need to get in a more stable place. Before we can get rid of the stuff that's really bothering me, we need to get in a more stable place. So you're just going to have to be patient with that. We talked about moving the skimmer. Which does need doing. Doesn't necessarily need doing right now. Just, we abandon what we've expanded today. We can just abandon to bad gases for a while. It's not the end of the world. And I think even if we could get down to the oil, we're just not in a position to process it how I want to. Too complicated. I mean, if this vent we haven't uncovered is a hydrogen one, then I might want to get down there for it. But I do doubt that it is. What was this one over here? That was another... yeah, -10 brine. That one might be stretching to reach. Might be worth stretching to reach. Then we'd have to... yeah, I mean that... more than trying to get the thermonullifier working, I'm more tempted to try and get this second cooling system, second source of coolant connected up, and then I wouldn't be so worried about deleting it, removing it from existence. Which we could build back in ready, the system that does that. It was above here, we can build that in. So interestingly, this room is a lot bigger than it needs to be, isn't it? Because we can't fill above it, so why don't we do it in... oh, we can't. Can't tile over the top of there, yeah. Still. Just use the corner of it? Maybe? I think we might do that. That's fine if they fix that, but it's probably going to break again and again if it keeps operating too cold. Don't want any of those things at the moment. 440 cycles in. I think if we tried again, we could get to like this point in maybe 200 cycles instead or something. Don't know. I'm interested in how there's gaps in these ventilation pipes now. It's good. Like we could combine them, for example, or add in extra gases such as the chlorine that we're filtering out the bottom here. Storage of that is almost full, which will cause trouble, but if we just get rid of it, we wouldn't have that trouble. What's next? Let's get the water storage right, because that's a relatively simple thing to do. Gonna block that room in. Do I need extra insulation there? Maybe, but let's not worry about that. Gonna want storage inside the room. We still need a series of picture pumps so we can get bottles of water out as well, which is a bit annoying. I'm guessing you can't build a reservoir over the picture pumps fronds. Yeah, that's a bit awkward. I'll get rid of one of the ladders. How is it at the moment? So you can fit like, yeah, one. Up the right hand edge and up the left hand edge is fine. It's not like the maximum that we could have. Kind of is. Well, if we remove the ladder off one side, we can have another row. Yeah, so that's worth doing. We'll deconstruct. Yeah, and in this case, let's move the dribbling in bit to be above the pump. I think. It's going to be on this right hand edge, so yeah, let's get rid of that ladder. Somehow, hang on. Let's get rid of... oh, it's awkward however we do it. Get rid of the right-hand ladder. Start at the top? Yeah, sure. Either way. It should have been cold in that room. Oh, it is. Kind of. Well, it's under 20, so it's something. These ones are the next to that block of ice are doing okay. Got enough muckroot to keep people alive for a while. I'm sure they won't be happy at the moment. As happy as they could be. Crypto Traders, thank you for the follow. Move those bits. Last two, okay. Then this is going to cause a problem as soon as we do this, because the pump won't be in liquid as soon as I take this floor out. But it needs to be done. I'm going to extend that ladder down. I'm going to put a new pump, and just for the safety of it, make it out of gold. Why not? Pipe in... I don't think it matters, so we'll go with granite. Can plug into the same pipe as before, kind of thing. I'm guessing they can't actually reach all that, so need extra bits of ladder. May not work at all, but we'll see how it goes. Getting this built, or getting enough picture pumps in the room as well. They have to put them underneath each other, and then there might be an awkward spot where one's flooded and can't be used, but it's not enough liquid to reach the other one. I don't know. I don't like this whole you can't get a bottle of water out of a reservoir thing. It's awkward. Kind of annoying. Forgot about power, so that needs to come over as well. Can't plug it into this network, right? There's a reason. Don't know what that was connected to before. I need power level deconstruct that lot. It's 240, 480, 600, 720, 780. It's like 800. Oh, but it's only making 800, yeah, because it's just the one generator. That's fine. Good. That should be deconstructed as well. Finish that connection. They'll be operational. That's going to drip down. So we can have liquid reservoirs. It'd help if I didn't accidentally delete the pipelines, like I always do. But there we go. Liquid reservoirs. There. They need to sit on a floor, I assume. Which is a shame. So we actually can't fit that many. Is that going to be best? Probably. Yeah. That makes sense because the pump on the left, so that's there. Then we can't fit one because of the vent. So maybe we do want that somewhere else. Or this, or the ladder, or... I mean, the ladder, if we put it above the pump, they could jump onto it. Maybe? Let's try that. I'm curious. When they wake up. Oh, I'm making those out of copper. Maybe I should make them out of iron. Kind of, I don't know if we need to conserve copper, but I'd like to, because we have very little. We have more iron. We need that bit of pipe doing as a priority. So we get that water flowing in again. Good. Oh, probably did want this the other way around, didn't I? Because what's currently flowing into the vent needs to flow into the reservoirs first. right? Into reservoir then vent, or into vent then reservoir? No. The latter doesn't work, so yeah. Into the reservoirs then the vent. And when the room's full to max, it'll then start going into the reservoirs, if that's ever going to happen again. We've got a couple of bits of pipeline and stuff to remove there. A couple extra bits of tile to put in under there. That ladder's in, so if I start deconstructing this one, we'll see if they can jump. Although they don't really need to go to the floor anymore, so maybe we won't see. We might get Eddie back. They're losing a lot of health. It'd be nice if they went to get some oxygen. They can't. Yeah, okay. They can't jump. Because in this case they could jump to the floor and then jump up to the ladder if it's because it's just 2 squares, but they can't. So this needs building super urgent. There we go. Which means we want the ladder to not be where I've just put it. I guess where it was will be the only option, the best option. Could put it more central to fit another 2. What was the issue? The issue was I couldn't fit another reservoir in. Right. So if we've got... we could just move them all down 1. No, because then the pump would be in the way. That's, yeah, fine. We're just fitting 2 more on the left-hand edge. It would be nice to put something different there. Maybe well, one of the picture pumps, but not. That doesn't really help. We fit 2 more there. I'm not sure if I ever checked if the picture pump is flooded, can you use it? Maybe you can. I don't think you can, but maybe you can. In which case you just have one at the bottom and people hold their breath to go and get water. We could test it, but don't really want to. If we move that over, let's check that. If we move that over, so go there. I'm not sure that reaches the bottom actually. Let's get rid of that to find out. Plumbing, picture pump. It does not. So it needs to be there, which is not great, but there's not much point in putting one there, just for that last little bit. Which they then, yeah, when the water levels between the 2 wouldn't work, so it needs to go there, but that's not far enough down. So if we go, oh no, that would be consistent, which is spot on. Yeah, that makes sense. So that goes there, so we can always get water out of the picture pump. Although we'll need a way of getting across there, but that means maybe you could fit a reservoir underneath there, but it'll be inconsistent. So that's it, we're just going to have the 6 on the side there, in order to constantly have the picture pumps available, without creating a spot where they're not available. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Would like, so ladder so we can access that pump, ladder so that they can get across to the other levels, if they need to. Should be never, but we'll see. Restore the original ladder. Remove that one I tried to put there. That bit of tile back. And we'll put in the 2 extra reservoirs, because why not? Vaguely consistent with everything. So we do that. Yep. Oh, we could do the other way around though. I was thinking water coming in goes into storage, but it could be pumped out through the storage. That works. So instead of pumping out that way, we pump into these, across down those, and then into this pipeline. Should be fine. Use granite, is that best? Or do we want to use wolframite so the temperature equalises better? Let's go with granite. Pump that one into there. Going into there, and then that one. No, that's kind of untidy. Don't like that. How can we do this in a tidy way? I don't think we can, actually, looking at where things are. Go over and into there, and then that can feed through all them. Sure. Superfluous wires all over the place. Pipes. Up and in, and this one goes over and up to there. Up and in. One goes over and up to there. And this one comes over and into there. And this is the actual output, which plugs into there. And that bit of pipe comes out of the system. We'll see how that goes. They need to build a lot to achieve that, but we'll see if that works. And at least then we'll have a lot more potential water storage. We just need the water to fill it with quite urgently. More mopping to be done. It's going to be everyone's favourite job. Living here. Okay, looking fine. How are we doing over here? Run out of hydrogen again. How did that happen? Oh, because I cut the water supply, didn't I? That's no doubt the cause of that, I imagine. Let's get all this built. Oh, while we're here, should I open up them airflow tiles in the sides? So I always thought about doing that. Just putting some airflow in the sides so that the carbon dioxide that pools in this room gets out. And we get rid of it. I don't think it really matters. If it's water or it's carbon dioxide, they have to hold their breath in this room, so it's... I don't know if it matters. We'll leave it for now. It's a bit ugly, but, you know, that's fine. A lot of chlorine down here as well, actually. Don't know where that's coming from. It's not always been in the base. Must be something creating it. Maybe we've got some bleach stone somewhere that's leaking. Maybe people keep opening this door for no reason and it comes out. That is, yeah, that is sealed. Don't know. Not a big deal. Just will need sorting out at some point. Yeah, that's a... It's going to keep happening. The water that's coming out is too cold, turning to ice, turning back to water when it breaks out. Very much breaking itself. What can we do? Let's do something about that. Leaving it isn't the best option. Need to redirect so that it heats up just a little bit more. Over the coal generators might be best. Although, I'm thinking of getting rid of this, aren't I? Let's leave it causing a mess. We'll just tidy the mess up later. I mean, muckroot's better than nothing in terms of food, or we get the pacu and slaughter them. Are they just going to die of their own accord if they're flapping around on the floor? Guess I don't really know. Flopping pacus. Any more? Yep, still one there. Oh, and one over there. I see you. Give us fillets, and I think we are grilling them into food. Nice food. Yeah. Hopefully. Okay, seems good. We could tell them to attack a bunch of other stuff, I guess. We'll see. Oh, okay, that's all... Okay, where are we? Plumbing. That's all reconnected. All the storage tanks are there. Good. Try and remember the order they're in so we can see how much we actually have, but I don't think I'm ever going to remember. And that's now... Yeah. being supplied again. Hopefully consistently. Hopefully that'll work out. I'm sure some kind of automation in here might be healthy, but we'll leave it. Be fine. Okay. So that's done. That room's now good for a lot of storage while still having water available. That little bit can come out. Got a ladder. Got all the reservoirs in. Very nice. That's a good improvement. Glad we got that done. Still don't have a way of getting meat. Some of these plants are back alive. Not really enough. But we're getting there. That is crazily hot in there. So our options are bring another thermonullifier online. Don't like it. Set up deletion of hot brine so that we can feed the fresh stuff around the entire loop. That I prefer the idea of, so let's do that. We're gonna want the automation system we had before, which my memory is what it is. We ended up saying the like hydro sensor was no good, it didn't help. So we just used a timer so that it happens consistently, right? Timer sensor. Could we find a way of making the hydro sensor work? No, because it was kind of down to... yeah, like how it worked. It just didn't do what I wanted. So we could use like a cycle sensor, that's an option. Maybe something else, but the timer was functional, so let's get a timer sensor. Then we had an ore, but that won't be necessary. But it's a series of... so like a knot, a buffer, and... so the knot is part of the other signal, I think, so we don't need that. It's the timer. When it's green, it goes to 2 of the doors. It's green and red, but we can control the... we don't need a knot because we can control what's green and what's red on the timer. That's fine. It sends it to 2 doors initially. Even so, it might be nice to do one, then the other, then the other. Just to be extra sure. It could be good. So let's say we do that. One, then the other, then the other. We want buffers? No, we want filters. Sends green through if it's received green for its set amount of time. So if the total thing's on for 3 seconds, or 2 seconds even, it does one, then a second later does the other, then a second later does the other. Just need to make sure the combined filter length is longer than the green signal in total, which is fine. So we just need 2 filters. We feed the signal from the timer in, and then they go to the doors. So that's fine. Then we'll have wall. Let's plan this in as well. Might as well be insulated. That'll have wall, but we won't build it all at once. Then the doors go in this bit. So you have your liquid vent. Should be great if there's a way of stopping the liquid going up into there, but I don't think there is. Just crushing it consistently enough, I guess. Could have a second vent. Don't think it's worth it. Might as well be empty. We could put a tile there, but I don't think that matters either. So then... does it matter which? I mean, the pneumatic door won't work, but it does have... if the manual airlock had automation control, it doesn't. The pneumatic door does. It's a bit weird, but okay. That one goes that way round. Then we need to get rid of that so we can put the last one in. Okay, so initially don't put that in, and deconstruct these without removing the pipelines behind them. Build the rest in. These ladders are going to become irrelevant. Unless we knock through there, then some of them. We'll leave them there just in case it ever matters in the future. Okay, good. I'm not going to bother mopping this water up again. We'll take that desalinator apart in a bit because we won't be sending the brine up here anymore. Hopefully that helps us with the water somehow. What could we do? We could send 2 lines of water up instead. Have one line of water come up, but have 2 loops, so it splits in half. Gonna kind of redo the whole thing, I guess. We'll see how it goes. See. The toilets and showers are going to want moving as well, so But again, I would like everything to be really neat and tidy. It would make me a lot happier with the frustrations I'm having, but one thing at a time. This has cooled down a lot. Feeding in 0-degree water definitely helped. Can't do that consistently, but hopefully eventually we'll get closer to that. Just spread that air around. Could be a good reason to have the airflow in this room, actually. Spread the temperature around. But that's a good amount of water. Okay. I mean, it's not amazing. It looks better than it is, I think, actually. When the reservoir looks full, feels like there's a lot, but it is only 5 tiles worth. But still, I actually think that might be better than it was. For whatever reason. The desalinated water is probably the reason. Yeah, we'll keep those doors open. We can dribble even more of a mess of Technicolor liquids down here. Kind of pretty down there at the moment. Oh, you moron, how did you do that? You've just got to watch them, haven't you? Get back in there. Okay, now rebuild them from this side. Why you... Because I left stuff on the floor in there, I guess, yeah. From what we deconstructed before. It's a mess, but, you know, that's the game, I think. I hate it, but there you go. Okay, that's done. Last door can go in. And then automation wiring. Might as well use lead, it's not good for much else. So timer goes into all of them. And then one signal into there. This is now not good. I can't get the wires around. I can't get them around neatly. That one can go through, and that one can go there. That'll do. That'll do. Get that done. Change this timer around. Oh, we'll work that out in a bit. This, I think 5 seconds was good on the filter, actually. We had it too short at one point. So we'll see about that. Five and 5, no, 5 and 10. And then the timer needs to be longer. How did we have it before? It was something like green, although I think it's red that we want, so the red needs... It's stuck in there. Oh my god. They got stuck because they were building the wires and then the doors closed. That's kind of funny. Let's get that rebuilt. Oh, actually, that is a good point. I would like to sweep out whatever was in there. Let's just get ourselves a long green signal. I'll sweep out that lead because I don't want it bouncing around all the time. It'll make me unhappy. Let's get that finished off, and then so we want to, yeah, green most of the time because that means it's open and the liquid dribbles in. Then maybe not 600 seconds though, or maybe it is. Let's go with 540 and the red 60. Seems a bit long. Let's go with 30 and 570. Maybe that'll do. When it gets to there, goes red, it closes the top door. 5 seconds later. Oh, that might not work. We'll have to see this. Only lets a green through if it's had a green for a long time. Might be the wrong way round. Just check that. That didn't help. Yeah, it closed them all at the same time. That doesn't help. How did we do it before? We had to invert it. It's opening them up in sequence, but it doesn't close them in sequence because the filter only works with green, not red. Yeah, he just closes them all. Okay. That does not work. So, lucky we didn't build that wall in, I guess. Let's have a think. if we invert it after the filter, right. I'll take up more space in the room than I don't want to give it, or can't really give it. Okay, so we'll do it how we did it before. We'll close 2 of the doors at the same time. That's fine. Let's get rid of all that. Start it again. Unless we can fit it all in there? No, because you need another. Yeah. We would need more space. Let's get rid of all that. We'll have 1. So not gate at the bottom. And the filter before it. Getting that wire around is... Oh, we'll do it. Yeah, that way around. Which means getting rid of an extra bit of wire there. And we need another knot for the other signal. Yep. So that goes into there, that goes into that knot, that goes into that knot. That knot is going into the last door to close, this one is going into the others. Should do. That bit of wire is going to be removed. Apparently. There we go. Now we can block it back in. And that hits the green. Those 2 close, then that one closes. That seems good. 5 seconds is good on that. The green just needs to be... I mean, 30 seconds might be overkill as well. But let's go for it, and then we'll go with 570. Is that right? Yeah. I think that'll do. Block that back in, and we have our hot water deleting pocket like we had before, which, you know, back when things did what I wanted. It looks like we don't have much water, but then we got 2 tanks full of it, which... I don't know. It may not be different to how it was before, but it looks in a way that's making me happier. Okay. Let that mess keep dribbling. What freebies have we got? Some more random seeds, whatever. I'll take it. Are we... I have trouble that we've got nowhere to wrangle them to. Let's just get that locked. Or even deconstruct the sensor and deconstruct the wire. So they can actually drop them in there even though they're not going to die, but we'll drop them in there anyway. That's fine. Is there anything up here that's... No, we got all that sorted. Yeah, good. Over here? Well, it's back down to being cold. No great disasters at the moment. Food is... Things will harvest before it matters. We'll be okay. Good. Right. So, back to the whole thing about this. I'm going to need wolframite, which means I need to get rid of the current one before I can get a new one built. Which I don't really want to do. That pipe needs to stay where it is, that's fine. Do need sensors to check the temperature and stuff, so as much as I was trying to fit this in this room, it's going to need the one above as well to do that sensing in. Then we want the loop, or I want the loop to be central, unless we do multiple loops, or... It's just there's so little on the outside. There might be more in the future, but still... I don't know. Maybe the issue is that it's not being cold enough. If it was cold enough, then it being further out wouldn't really matter. The thing that is not cooling when it's further out is the water. So as long as we get the water cold enough, that'll also help. I think that's what we do. The brine can stay in the loop that it is around the outside. And then the water, we just need to get it cold enough. We're going to store it at actually properly cold. Which could be as easy as running it through this room of cold, or you know, radiant pipe next to radiant pipe of the 2 things towards the end of the loop or something. Don't know. In any case, as I say, we're going to need a system in this room. Granite pipe will do the job. I won't connect it yet, but we will in a minute. So we're going to just take it off of there, put a thermosensor on it. If we're taking the whole room, then It's a shame. I might move this up. Yeah, we'll see. Thermosensor there with a shut-off. Yeah. Which is in plumbing. Liquid shut-off. Iron, fine. But then, yeah, it was this whole thing of if the shut-off is backed up, then we have a problem. It can't get rid of it. So, shut-off, reservoir as a buffer, just to be safe. To make sure that anything that is too hot, it does come out. And then if we come over and we see the buffer's a bit full, we can adjust the timer accordingly. Again, I'd rather it was like automated. Didn't involve my involvement, but we have to deal with what we've got. And it'll be fine. Put that in there and then dribble that into there, which you can't reach. So remove that. No, because that's going to drop in. Remove the diagonal. See if that lets you build that bit of pipe. It does. Good. Good. Power. Wherever we brought it from before. I assume this network down here. Sure, I'm going to use it anyway. It's only 10 watts. Build that in the automation wire between them. And then, of course, I'm missing the pipe for if the temperature's okay. Which comes down here. So it works when it's moving, right? If it stops, it breaks, but that's fine. If it's moving, goes on there, it checks the temperature, it opens that up and it flows through it. And otherwise, if that's closed, it goes to there, it's closed, so it comes this way and rejoins. Which we need to... Shame you can't... Like, I don't want to have to deconstruct this just to say it's not connected to the one above anymore. I could drag through it somehow, but I don't think you can. Although deconstructing that did not work. There's no mess on the floor, so it can't have worked. That's all good. Put that tile back in there. I've just disconnected everything, haven't I? Is there any ventilation I broke there? No. Somehow. Got lucky there. Like that. Yeah, so a bit of that is wolframite and a bit of it isn't. Not that that's going to matter for such a tiny bit. I think. It doesn't matter. That's granite. Oh, it's wolframite and then granite of that. They shouldn't both be going that way, though. And there, so there's an element sensor that's going to fill in with fresh stuff if there's a gap. We need that. That's perfect. And get rid of this bridge now. Well... Yes, now that we're deleting the brine as coolant, I don't want to be using it as a water source. I think it's done its job in cooling that down, so... The bridge. Bridge. Deconstruct. There we go. And then, yeah, we've just got that feeding in. It needs to be there for the sensor. But we need... It shouldn't be drawing in that direction, because it has a bridge up here that tells it the direction it should be going. Maybe having that bridge join is what confuses it. Let's be clear about it here. Is there any way useful to have a bridge? Not really. No, so we're going to do it here. Plumbing, liquid bridge, granite. Do it there. Plug that into it. Mop this floor. Job done. In the morning when they build that. Okay, we're getting somewhere, finally. Not anywhere particularly magical, but somewhere. So with that functional, get rid of that bridge as well. This shut off. That sensor. that can go. That's getting kind of full. Oh, that's because we're venting everything. Need to set the temperature properly. If the temperature's above, and I want this cold, I want to cool the base, so we're going to go with 20. It's above 20, dump it. Which is going to be everything, I think. What's the timer on that? I think that's too long, so let's halve it. Instead of 5 minutes, we're going to go with like, let's go with 2 minutes. But let's go with 15 seconds. So 105, there we go. More often. Because I think we're going to be putting a lot in there. It's only coming out at -10 and I'm dumping it at 20. It's going to be pretty much all of it, I think. But it's all good. It works. You know, there you go. Delete it. And then down here, it can't. Oh, that's interesting. Have I done that the wrong way around? No, I don't think I have. It would have been good if the output was not onto the sensor, but next to the sensor. This works, it just means as it's feeding in, it only does a couple blobs, and then it senses that there's something there, so it stops. That, I mean, that could be a good thing to prevent overfilling. Well, yeah, let's leave it. Okay, so this line that was to the desalinator's coming out. And this line that's from the desalinator's coming out. I don't know, it's a cold pipe, maybe leaving it in the wall could help us, but still. Get rid of the desalinator and... wrong one. Power overlay, get rid of the wire that was connected to it. Oh, I accidentally... oh, I guess when you did the connection it replaced a bit of wire. Bit of the conductive stuff. Get that put back into proper, in case we use those things. Can mop that now because it's no longer making more. In which case, why don't we mop the whole lot of it again? We're doing good here. We're getting somewhere finally. No water to pump up, but there is water in storage, so we're good. Yeah, the pipes are full and so on. Just need more water to come in. Polluted will help. How are we doing? Just the back of my mind. Dirt. Yeah, pretty bad. Really bad on dirt. We are burning through it very quickly, so we need a source of dirt. We need to set it up urgently. Which means we need pips. We eat thimble reeds or arbor trees. We don't have any arbor tree seeds, so it's going to have to be thimble reeds. 0.4 units per cycle. Thimble reed, not thimble fibre. The actual plant. They eat. Okay, so we have to grow the. We have to grow the plant in the room, and they'll eat it. Interesting. Means we need polluted water. Okay. Oh, I was going to do them over here, but with the polluted water being here, I'm not so sure now. Well, I mean, we've got thimble reeds here. We could just put pips in this room. And then they'll eat. So each animal has 0.4 of a plant, so there's plenty there. We could, yeah, not connect them all, maybe. Remove some of them. That's it. These are a cuddle pip, which takes a little bit more food and likes to cuddle. Okay, thimbleweed makes dirt. It's an infinite source. We might, okay, let's have a think. 20 kilos of dirt per cycle. We are consuming a lot here. Each hatch is consuming 140. Except for the basic hatches, which are dirt. 140, but they give less coal in return. Yeah. And that's just so we can filter. Actually, why do we have the basic ones? For me, we have the basic ones because sages can create basic eggs, and basic eggs can create sage eggs. So if all of our sages only ever created basic eggs, we'd need to hatch some of them for a chance of getting sage ones back. In theory, I doubt that'd ever be an issue, but in theory, it makes some sense. So yeah, we need them. So we've got 16 of them eating 140 each per cycle. Is 2,240 kilograms of dirt per cycle. 20, so we need 112 pips. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's really not going to happen. At 4 per room, we'd need 45 thimbleweed plants. Okay. Is there some other way of getting dirt? I'm pretty sure we've looked at that a bunch of times. We're going to have to reduce the number of hatches we have. Which is okay, because we have an overkill of coal, big time. So yeah, let's remove some. Absolutely. Yeah, I think we will. Otherwise we need a source of mud or compostables, whatever that means. Or yeah, no, okay, pips. Okay. In that case, they're going to be there. We're going to remove them from this room. So it's not going to be for sage hatches. This is going to be for pips. And pipsqueaks. I assume it's 4 per room. It could be a different number per animal, I guess. Guess we'll see. Just copy paste, that's easier. And then the critter feeder, yeah, it's not going to be any of them. Hey, no, don't flame. Nice to see you again. Hope you're good. Having a good weekend. Don't want that. Is there like an all, not all? There we go. So now it's nothing. That's helpful. And I'm looking for pips. I'm not looking for pips. They don't need a feeder. We can deconstruct them. We need to plant the plants in here. It's all good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm right. Having a good enough weekend. Game's been frustrating the hell out of me today, past few hours, but you know, other than that, I've been having a good weekend. I just want to look at plumbing. So if I'm going to I need to do the thing we did before, so the polluted water always goes to growing the plants, and if we have too much, it goes to sieving. We can reorganize that. It's just a lot of pipe work here to get over, but we can go up and over and into here. It's fine. I just need to move this water line. That's definitely going to get in the way. Not sure how we do that. Bring it down? No, that's not going to work. This is the water coming back that's been cooled off. If we got rid of those farms, it could go over and down, I guess. Or some other things. Can we bring this over? We can go any length with pipe, but I don't really want to go miles. So I could move the animals instead to be over this side. Which would simplify it. Let's do that. We'll keep those guys where they are. It's fine. Deconstruct them as well. While you're at it, you might as well do the doors. That's all good. So over here, I'm going to deconstruct. Work this out. If it is 4, I wonder if it tells you. Pip doesn't tell me how many would be happy in a room if I... No. No, I don't think it does. That might be a Google thing. Let me just have a quick Google of that, because it is important for planning things out. How many can they fit in a room before they get upset with it? Is that... don't know what that means. Does it say anywhere here? Telling me about how many plants to put, but we can work that out in game. Here we go. Regular pips per stable, which is a full size one, and we've got half size, is 8. So yeah, we've got half size, so it's 4. Unless we do a full size one, we could possibly, because they crawl on walls, so we could do a double layer. Give it a go. Put that there. Put our grooming station up here, and then we knock through the floor there. We might have to block a corner off to make it work, but that's fine. We can start doing that. If we got 8 pips in the room and they're having 0.4 of a plant each, we need 4 plants. So I'm going to get rid of 1, 2, 3. Hang on. 4. There we go. Got there in the end. There'll be a bit of pipe work on the last one we can remove. The rest will stay in place. And then yeah, over here, I can't remember how we did it before. So we take a signal from the reservoir. If it's full, it can go to sieving. So we want to replace these bits of pipe with a thingy. A shut-off. When they wake up and start working. Oh, and I need a critter drop-off in this room. Down below? Doesn't really matter. Put it there. Do I want a ladder in the room so that if we're... No, they can go out, down and in. That's fine. It's just as easy. That's done. So plumbing shut off in there. Pipe from granite connects through and there. So if the shut off's closed, it goes to the farm, and if it's open, which will only be every now and then, it gets sieved and turned into water. We'll just need an automation wire. I think before we went from the second one, like if there's something in the second one is good, but I'm just going to go from the first one. And we'll be like if it's more than half full or whatever, something small. It's less plants now. Though, arguably, more important. The tile's back for that. I've done the very clever thing of blocking that person in. Maybe we should put a ladder in just for the sake of it. I might want to open the floor up a bit more, actually. Let me put the critter drop-off up here or down there. They'll find their own way to the food, right? Let's put it up here. Go there. Then I'm going to remove a few more bits. Can they jump? Should I put tile? No, because that'll get in the way. I think I will put a ladder here, though. Yeah, let's do that. Seems fine. This... So we want 8 pips, or pip squeaks. This is saying outside a stable. That'll be because the room's too big, because I've removed more of the floor. That's, yeah, a bad idea. I've removed 4 bits of floor. We need to block in 4 bits of room, which I hope you can do with airflow. Can we just do like airflow with the airflow? Won't interfere with them being able to crawl up that wall then, maybe? Did I just make airflow tiles out of gold? I did. Oh well. Whatever. Did that. That fixed it, yeah. That blocked enough of the room to make it good. Now I want to wrangle every pip we see. There's one. Get them in that room. Then here, power. Good point. It's only 10 watts, but it does need connecting. Okay. How are we doing? Temperature is... yeah, better now that we're actually got cold stuff moving around the place. Maybe too much now. We'll find out. Meanwhile, over here... it's got hydrogen. Stuff is moving. So the stuff that's in here is... it's not leaving because I've disconnected that. That was a bad idea. I need to get that stuff out of there before it freezes and breaks the vacuum system. Let's get the output connected. And then it should flow out. And then when it's empty, we can do something. Don't know what, but something. At least we're really, really good on oxygen, apart from where we've extended. Which, yeah, is not looking great, but we knew that was the case. It's actually making the base we're using look better. So I'm kind of happy about that. Okay. Ooh, new printables. Missed that. A few random seeds. Seems fine. So liquid shutoff is plugged in. It's connected to this reservoir. So this reservoir needs to give a green signal. Oh dear. This is not what I want. Gives a green signal when it's less than 50 until it is at 100. No. Less than 50 until it is 50. No. When it hits 50, I want a green signal. That is not what this does. So imagine if we put a knot into there, it will send a red signal when it's less than 50 until it reaches 50, at which point it will send a green until it's less than 50. So maybe just a little bit of leeway, we'll call it like 45 and 55. And we need to put a knot in there to invert the signal, but then it will send a red when it's less than 45% full until it fills up to 55. And then when it gets there, it'll send a green until it's goes under 45 again. That's good with me. 50 and 50 might actually work. Might do actually, 50 and 50. Depends on how the water comes in, how quick. If it's kind of dribbling bit by bit, it might be awkward, but it should work. We just need to put a knot gate with this. And then... yeah, get rid of the old wire. Put a new wire up there, and from there to there, that'll do the job. Except just remove that bit in the middle. That should do the job. But we really don't have any polluted water. Tiny bit at the moment. Anyhow, we got some pips in a pip place. We just need to feed them, groom them, and get them making dirt. If we have 8 of them, we're making 160 kilos of dirt a day. Let's check that. 8 of them, 160 kilos of dirt a day. That's nothing. 160 kilos is... it's enough to feed 1 hatch. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's something, but it's enough to feed 1 hatch, and we've got 8. And that's after halving. Because we have way more coal than we need. That's just not going to work. We can't keep the hatches because we can't feed them if we don't have the dirt, so we're going to have to swap to a different animal. If we want meat, which I don't think is going to work. Okay. Nothing seems to work. And maybe the game is designed to be harder than I want it to be. You know, we're playing on easy mode, but maybe also it is designed to be difficult. Inherently, you know, because nothing really works. How do we get a sustainable source of food? We're going to have to keep with farming. Still hasn't cooled down enough. But yeah, mediocre food from farming seems like the only option. Pips are going to make it a source of dirt, but there's no other good source of dirt, so we can't keep hatches. Which means we can't keep coal power. We have to move off it. And soon, because we're running out of dirt. I mean, we've got tons of coal though, that'll last a long time, but still. It ain't looking good. Still got plenty of muck root, so I don't really need to worry. But still. Let's come to hang out with the pips for some reason. Is that good? Yao GG, hello! Nice to see you. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. That is good. And it is preventing flow because we don't have enough. That is correct. But we also don't have enough to actually pump into the system in the first place. Interesting. Okay, we're good there. We're good here. We still have a source of cold brine, so that's not an issue. It's being deleted fast enough. It's not really flowing in fast enough, but that might kind of be fine because it's already having a very positive cooling effect everywhere, even without being full, which I kind of like. Very happy. And over here, the thermonullifier is now getting colder now that it's only doing one loop and not both, which is very interesting and helpful. Check the third hatch mutation. Third hatch mutation. Eat raw materials. Oh, I see. That's a very good point. I don't have to feed them dirt. What's the third one? The third is smooth, or is that the fourth? There's default, then there's sage, then there's stone, which is going to eat rocks, which we've got hundreds of tons of. And they also eat metal. So you... Yeah, I remember. You mutate it to stone, and then from stone you can mutate it to smooth by feeding them metal. Which is... We don't currently have an infinite source. Do they eat gold? Only gold amalgam. Interesting. But then they don't create coal, which is half the point. On the one hand, I want a sustainable source of meat, in which case it doesn't matter what they produce, they just need to die and procreate. So that could be an option. I don't have an infinite source of stone either, but I do have more stone than dirt. What else could we feed them? We can just feed them rubbish. No volcano. I've only found a gold volcano so far. So I'm hoping there's another metal volcano somewhere. Although, yeah, that's... Does the volcano give you ore, or does it give you refined metal? I haven't seen, so I don't know. Because if the gold volcano, when cooled down, gives you gold amalgam, then perfect. That's an infinite source. But if it gives you gold when cooled down, that's different. I mean, it's an infinite source of gold, but that's not as helpful. Interesting. Metal volcanoes which give refined metals. Yeah, like... Where is it? Further down. Behind there. That's the gold volcano, which gives you molten gold. And when molten gold turns solid, it turns into gold, not gold ore, which is what the smooth one eats. So we could have an infinite source of meat if we did whatever. Oh, normal volcano. Ooh. Well, that's a good tip, yeah. Very good tip. We had one. We had a normal volcano. Where did we have a normal volcano? I can't remember now, but it was not very far down, right? It was in a weirdly far up, I thought. But not that far up. That's the cool salt. Is there a... It's not like a geyser overlay mode. Temperature, I can find the neutronium if it hasn't. There we go. That's liquid sulfur. Well, we had one. I'm sure we did. Basic volcano can get us rock if we can cool it enough. It's the gold one. Don't know where it was now. But if we dig around, we'll find something, I'm sure. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, very, very close to the base, actually. Interesting. There's other critters to be discovered. Are they not all here? I'm not sure if any of them help me get... Oh, they might. I've only been looking at a case of them producing something useful as well. They don't necessarily have to produce something useful if they can produce meat. Like the divergence. It was like, I don't particularly care about the sucrose, but we do have a liquid sulfur vent. So if we can solidify the liquid sulfur to sulfur, we could feed Sweetles and get meat. 16,000 calories of meat sounds good. Yeah. Or 4,800 from feeding sulfur to grubs. Ooh, and you get mud. And mud can be squished into water and dirt. Okay. So, if we can get control of our liquid sulfur geyser, which is not going to be easy because it's emitting liquid sulfur at 165 degrees, we need to bring it down to 115. It's not impossible, it's just not easy. If we can set something up that does that, get solid sulfur, feed it to grubs, they'll produce mud. We'll have to manually process the mud, I think. In a sludge press. Separates mud into base elements, duplicants. Yeah, I feel like a duplicant has to be there pressing it. I could be wrong, but I assume they do. Yeah, duplicant operation, it says right there. Power and duplicant operation, lovely. But it would, I mean, that's good. It's positive. So there are other options. We do have some grubs here. We could just get them into a ranch, but we need to, you know, get that sulfur available, which is something. You're in Spaced Out. Went to space specifically to get the sulfur geyser for that. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What do Drecos eat? Mealwood is easier to grow, I guess, from just water. That'd be an option, especially if we get the plastic and the 3,200 calories. Okay, it's a bit more complicated, but there are other options, yeah. Might move away from hatches. I guess pips have not been as useful as I was hoping they would be. At the moment, they're not even getting fed, so shouldn't complain about them, but still. Shine bugs, do they make meat? No. Didn't think they did. Okay. There's nothing that's like an immediate option right now. Also, we're running low on water. Dangerously low. What's happened? We got that. Oh, we've emptied that loop. Okay, while I'm here. Just clear that out while I'm here. Dracos also eat lilies. Is that easy to grow? We can check that in a second. So I'll replace that with wolframite. I'll tidy that up a bit. Is it balm lily? Yeah. temperature needs to be quite warm. Could be difficult. In a chlorine atmosphere. Interesting. But they don't need any water. Okay. I mean, that could be worth doing. Again, a little complicated. So you'd have them on 2 layers. Hydrogen at the top, chlorine at the bottom. Grow your balm lilies in the chlorine, but they don't need any water or anything feeding in, so that keeps it simple. Just need to keep the temperature higher than we typically do. You know, can be done. Somehow. It would be less maintenance, less water to worry about. Not a bad thing. It's entombed. More stuff falling out of space. Oh, and a little bit there. There we go. There's so many ways it's great. Yeah, it's good. None of them are easy to do, I think, is the issue, which could just be an experience thing. Maybe a lot of my frustration could be just that I don't know what I'm doing, and if I knew, we'd just do it and I wouldn't be so stressed about it. Don't need that sensor there anymore. Or I guess I feel like if I knew, we would have done it 300 cycles ago, and then we wouldn't be stressing about it now. It's perhaps the case. Well, that's gone dormant. 32 cycles to go, so we're not actually gaining any new water either. Bit of a problem. I just wanted while it's dormant, and we're not gaining water. There's a couple of bits of pipe in there I wanted to tidy up. Oh, wasn't expecting that to jump out. Quick, lock it back up. Preferably don't stand there. There we go. Not the end of the world. Mop that up and put it back into the water. It'll be fine. There we go. Tidy that up. So we still have a water problem. What can I do about it? I need to survive 32 cycles without any new water at the moment. That's not good. So I need something. Already took a bunch of polluted from there. We could just find another. Well, I could plug in more desalinators, right? That's an option. That is something. In fact, we are deleting a lot of brine that could be desalinated if we had the power. Which we can do the power. It wouldn't kill us. Those things are barely ever used. I think we should do that. Would be best. So rather than, because it's warm, but it's 20 degrees. I think I've gone overkill on that. Let's go with 25. But 25 still isn't bad, and 25-degree water would be nice to have. Let's do it. Let's get 2 desalinators. Put them up here. There's not great, actually. Where is... that line of water's kind of in the way. Bit 1 in this room unless I get rid of the liquid reservoir there. Which... I mean, there's no reason to have it anymore if I'm not deleting the liquid. We can go above. Right, let's, yeah, just put a... If we remove... If we put a bridge... there. And I can have my desalinators. Somehow. Yeah, there and there. Little awkward. But it'll work. Just need to bridge that one. Yep. That feeds into there, that into there. That also splits into there and that join as well. And because it's a bridge, they'll prioritise desalinating. If it can't desalinate, it'll go into the deletion, which, fine, whatever. When it's desalinated, could send it up for cooling, but that it's not ever going to be that hot from this loop, I don't think. So, bridge of the hats. I mean, it's going to be like 25 degrees is what it's going to be. It's not a big deal. Join the line there and it'll go to become available. Give it a go. Power-wise. So regular wire would be fine for those two, because it's just under 1,000. But it might be safest to not allow these to run. Yeah. I don't know. Well, they're just going to blow. If we happen to need to repair a suit, then it's going to blow one of the wires up and we'll repair it. We'll live. We're running them to this network over a bridge onto there, which do that way around. Okay. Solve the water problem, that's number one. The food problem is still a problem. You have ideas? I think, yeah, seems like pips won't work out. I need to research how you automate meat production. Then we can deal with that. I can't work it out myself. I'm not going to get that myself, so I'll have to look that up. And then we can look at ranching other animals in the future. If we can get this sulfur geyser under control, we can do it. It's just too close to the base, really. I couldn't vacuum it. Maybe we could. No. It's not enough space. We can insulate it, something. It would be nice to put a vacuum around it. We can put it in a room that is a vacuum. Possibly. Which way around? So mesh tile lets liquid through. So yeah, you can't get the liquid out while maintaining a vacuum without a pump. But that's fine. Put a pump below. So we have it in a vacuum with a liquid pump. No, probably. 165 isn't that hot. A golden liquid pump would be fine. It wouldn't overheat. Liquid pump made of gold would be 125. Yeah, that would melt. Liquid pump. Got no other option. 75. Don't have enough uranium. It's only one. It adds 50, so it'd be 125. No. So we need to cool it before it reaches the pump, which can be done, but not guaranteed. Like we have here with the natural gas, it's just distance. By the time the gas reaches the pump, it's fine. It's coming out at 150, but by the time it reaches the pump, it's down to 125. So if we just had a column that was vacuumed, and then somewhere down here we have the pump. No, that wouldn't work specifically because of the vacuum. It wouldn't lose any heat in a vacuum. So if we had a room full of hydrogen and a cooling loop especially for it running around the outside, then by the time it hit the bottom where the pump was, it would cool down. Then the pump could pick it up and take it somewhere even colder to be solidified. But that doesn't really work. Or maybe it does. Don't know. Interesting one. But you know, that's the complication. That's the thing that makes these things not so easy to do. We'll work it out, I'm sure. In due time, we can work it out. Are there any critters on our space biome? It depends on the starting asteroid. We have, if you mean on on the surface, there's some voles up here. Let's have a look at what a vole does. Shove vole? Yeah, shove vole. Sprouts shearable tonic root if it eats regolith at the right temperature. Sure. But makes a lot of meat. Okay. Regolith. Keeps falling from the sky, but I don't think it's not like we have a sustainable income of it. Eat ores. The problem is the amount they consume is huge. What about these guys? It's the same deal, but more meat. Yeah, that's a lot of meat. In fact, if a... what's this one called? Delectovole? Maybe? Is that... no, that's a Delectovole. That makes the 8,000. And then the shove vole is the 16,000. So it's shove voles you'd want. 4,800 kilograms to feed it. It's 4,800 per cycle. Gets you 16,000 calories. Hatch gives you 3,200 calories for 140. So a hatch is better. Amount of meat calories per dirt they have to eat. But they do refund. So it's not actually 4,800. You get 2,400 back. So it's 2,400, but still 2,400 over 140, it's 17 times as much food, and that would mean it'd only be worth it if they gave 55,000 calories each. So yeah, hatch is more calories for food. I mean, there's other considerations, I'm sure. If we meet a wild one again, we can definitely kill it to get a bunch of barbecue, though. Feed it iron ore. So if you had an iron volcano, you wouldn't get iron ore. You'd get iron. No, that doesn't work. If you just collect a bunch of regolith, maybe. Interesting. I don't know. Oh, we have a bunch of idle people. What should they be doing? Sure, they should be doing something. Can do some digging down below again. Are these working out? These need to be slightly higher priority so they get rid of the salt when it's time. Check the plumbing. Something isn't right. Oh, the coolant isn't hot enough. That's fine. They're doing what I told them to, at least. Even if our water is pretty critically bad. Are we going to get this heated up on the next cycle round? Looks likely. Maybe a couple cycles round. Base is not that warm anymore. Other than the water here, for some reason. Don't know, the carbon dioxide in there's a bit warm. Otherwise, yeah, kind of cold. Oh, and sure, in the electrolyzer room, it's being cooled, but it's still 54 degrees in there. It's to be expected, I guess. Is it giving a good amount of hydrogen still? Not really. Better, but still not good. This is still not getting down to a temperature that's really cooling this water well enough. I may be missing something with a thermonullifier, but it just doesn't seem good. Like, it sounded like it did a good thing, but it isn't really doing it, so I don't get it. Yeah, I'm just going to remove the last bits of that loop. Tidy that up a little bit. work that out. Get them to do 2 loops round. I mean, it's colder, it's just... don't know. I think we should get in and re-vacuum it and do it properly. That might help. Can try that at some point. Next stream, maybe. Pips, sure. Go put it in that room. For now. Why don't people do some more digging? Do I want to remove all that abyssalite? I don't think it'll make any difference, so yeah, go for it. Let's try and just dig out a lot. All of that to there. Probably gonna cause more trouble than it's worth, but we'll give it a go. Bring the ladder down. People are gonna get themselves trapped, aren't they? They always do. A little bit more ladder there, actually. Get all this random liquid that's down is spread out a bit. So they don't have to swim through as much, might be nice. Just have to hold their breath through bad gases instead. It's not quite right. Try that again. Do for now, just cancel a bit of that. So don't go too far. Yeah, keep half an eye so they don't drown themselves or whatever. Which might be easier if we did tidy up that carbon dioxide. It's a long way to go holding their breath. Bit worrying. Yeah, we should do that. Just move the skimmer. I think that's the easiest thing to do. So that's the thing to do for now. Into here? Don't know. Bit above might be okay. Otherwise we would need 2. Though the point of the doors isn't to airlock or anything, so we could... no, let's just go with there. There's something. It'll help. So we need a skimmer. We also need a pump that filters the chlorine. Ventilation. Gas pump. Right in the middle this time, maybe. What else have we got there? Oh, the sensor that detects whether it is chlorine or not. That could stay where it is. It's not ideal. But it could stay where it is. Just so I can be lazy. So we'll send that. Can you... I don't think you can go through neutronium, no. So it's going to have to go this way. Which it kind of can't. Kind of can. It's... Sure, use igneous rock, because we're so close to this. And they can't reach that, of course. Put that in there. And up to there, and then we're going to need to redo this. In fact, this all needs to go further down. So why don't we do that? That down to the bottom. Sure. And into this room. That's all good. What's this bringing down? Oh, the carbon dioxide that comes out of that process, yeah. Not ideal. It's the easiest way to do that. To get it to join that line might be easiest, actually. All a bit messy. So that's going to go up there. That is then... No, I will redo that. We will redo that. down here. So instead of going that way, we go through the room and then join there. We're going to have an element sensor there, and we're going to have, do that again, gas shut off there, pipe out, and it can join that line as long as we have a bridge that tells it what direction to go. That'll be better. And that output to there, bit of automation wire. That's fine, because you don't need that ladder to reach. Okay, get them started on that. Plumbing wise, what have we got there? Oh, sandstone. That's going to change to granite. That's not ideal. But it is where it is. Let's have a bridge there. Bring the water down here. And in. But then the polluted stuff can't go that way. Can rotate a skimmer. Let's have a look. We can. Does that move where the input is? It does. Excellent. Cancel those couple bits. And plug that in there instead, and then that can go there without overlapping or whatever. Try that again because it's already further over. Okay, can deconstruct that line. And I'm just going to deconstruct that and spill water everywhere because, you know, I like making a mess. No big deal. Power. So just going to bring that line down, I guess. Sure, we'll do that. And they will need the ladder now to reach that. Who has got themselves stuck over here? Well, that's quite a journey. You are almost certainly dead. Why are you over here? And why did you wait until you had half your breath left to tell us? How... Like, why? Why are you there? Ah, this is... I knew it was a bad idea when I did it, didn't I? Okay, how do you get back without dying? Don't think you do. No, because even that's... there, maybe? I'll try it. Should be able to walk over. That even so. Try that. Try building ladder there. Try digging above you. Hardly helped. Don't know how you managed that, but okay. Can you dig this way? And that way? Hey, now you just need to get up to somewhere with oxygen, and luckily there happens to be a tiny pocket right there somehow. How do you get out of there? Let's just pop the tile above your head. I knew it was a bad idea when I tried to do it, didn't I? I don't know why I did. We'll leave that gap there until they're done, so we don't have any more trouble. Small bit at a time instead is what's going to be needed. So I can take the ladder down a bit further first, but I need to change my default priority back, otherwise I'll make myself jump like that. There we go. Didn't get much of that done. I guess they were all down here causing trouble instead. That's fine, whatever. How is water? Water's pretty much run out. So to keep the hydrogen going in order to get more water, we're going to need to permit hotter water to exit the loop. Don't think we have a choice. So we'll go up to 50. Let that become available, and then... yeah. We'll change this back to 20. So that more gets desalinated. So we have 300 kilos of water left, and that's it. At least all our plants are back alive. That's something to be happy about, I guess. Oh, we even have alive thimble reeds as well. So the pips are making eggs. Are they making dirt? I guess I wouldn't see it, it'd be taken away. Interesting. We'll see. There's a lot to be improved on the branching front, so I don't really know what I'm doing, I guess. We'll have to play around with that a lot more. If we survive not having any water. Maybe if I stop spilling it out the bottom of the base, it could be a good idea. We'll see. To kind of just build what I've asked for so far so I can get my head around what else they need to do. It's kind of tempting to put a second natural gas generator in as well. The one that we're using isn't online all the time, which is why we have so much still in storage after so long. I think. Yeah, like it's idle at the moment, we're just going off battery and some of the stuff isn't operating, so we might be able to do a second network off natural gas. Possibly. Give us some more polluted water as well for the reeds. Not that I think that's really going to work out. It's okay, but it's not enough dirt to be worth the time, I don't think. We'll see. If we just move away from coal power entirely, then we won't need. Won't need the hatches. Then the dirt's irrelevant. You can ranch whatever makes meat easiest. Or quickest, or whatever. Which gives me reason to get down here and get some oil working. Could be good. But for now, let's get this skimmer moved successfully, and then we'll go from there. So still some dribbling down if that was not all deleted. Interesting. Should be fine though. Fresh bits are blobbing out, yeah. Slowly. That's fine. It's keeping the base cold enough, yeah. Yeah, for sure. But that's 75-degree water still. I don't see the thermonullifier working at all. It's weird. We need some other way of making our hot water room temperature, because this isn't doing it. I mean, the building is designed to do it, so I don't know what the problem is. It's not doing a great job of it. Oh, we've got a bunch of power we can Just tidy up around here. Is there any more? A little bit there can go. Tidy that room up a tiny bit. Getting some water come in, that's good. And it's a nice temperature of desalinated water, yeah. It should be fine. Adding some 50-degree plain water to that shouldn't cause us too much hassle. Dunno. Maybe we should use Wheezeworts. Hadn't really thought about it, but we could. It has a cooling effect. Put them near the water, maybe. Or maybe we just use the brine more to cool it down. We keep it in a temporary storage or something. Keep looking at it. We looked into aquatuners and steam turbines. Yes, we don't have any plastic, so we can't make the turbines. I also don't... Well, yeah, we can try and make it work. So you'd aquatune our water for use, and then the steam gets recycled, right? So we can feed it a bit of water to make steam, and then aquatune that down. No, in a cycle, turn it to steam, back to water, back to steam, back to water, and so on. Is the idea. I think I understand it. We need some plastic to build it with. To be able to build it with, and then I don't know how we put it through that, what we do with it. Yeah, because you need to make sure the aquatuner doesn't overheat and melt, which should be fine if you put it in a high pressure steam environment. That would work. It would always go into the steam goes into the turbine, job done. Seems fine. Little bit they can't quite reach there. Put that extra bit of ladder in. Overheat doesn't mean melting. No, but you can melt an aquatuner. Quite, well, not easily, but it can happen. But yeah, if the steam turbine swallows the heat, right, that's like what it does. The advantage isn't that it makes power, it's just that the steam that goes in comes back out as colder water, and it doesn't add the relevant heat to the turbine itself. So the turbine doesn't heat up, the atmosphere doesn't heat up. But if you've got whatever it is, 195 degree steam, it comes back as 95 degree water, and the 100 degrees of steam is gone. Which, yeah, very helpful. You just need to make sure the aquatuner's transferring. So if you put it in a room that was like low density steam, it would be at higher risk of melting. Or of overheating. It'd overheat first, but then, yeah. What have we got here? I mean, free dirt is good. We can feed things with that. Here, I need that sensor set to chlorine. Ventilation, yeah, so if it's chlorine, it goes through the shutoff up there, and we can finish that now into there. If it's not, then it just joins that and gets vented into the room. Fine. So the only other thing missing is to vent this line into the room, which is a bit far to join the other one, so we'll just go like that, I guess. Hopefully that works. Just deconstruct that whole room, I think. Hopefully I haven't broken anything there. can't see the thermonullifier working with accurate tuners, because that was one thing we were thinking of before. It's struggling to reduce its heat next to a pipe of 55-degree water. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. Even on the side with the empty pipe, it's not cooling it down. Really. It's not doing a good job of it. Should have frozen that by now. Don't know. Just sounds like a lot when it says it reduces the heat by minus 80,000 DTUs. It sounds like a lot, but it's evidently not a lot. Or perhaps it's because it's trying to transfer it through hydrogen that it's not doing a good job. Don't know. Fresh stuff comes in at 86, makes one pass, loses 3 degrees on the first pass. Dunno. Not as much as you might think. Yeah. That's what we're seeing in action. Minus 80,000. So something like natural gas generator? No, what's hot? The electrolyzer's hot. That makes 1,25,000 DTUs. 1,25. 64 electrolyzers. The thermonullifier should be able to counteract the heat generated from 64 electrolyzers. The turbine can remove a... yes. And this is quite an interesting point about the game that we've talked about before. Using the steam turbine to remove heat. So if you get the steam up to maximum temperature in the best volume and consume at the full rate, the turbine will remove 10 times as much or 11 times as much. 877,000 DTUs, which is a crazy amount, and it just does it. Like there's no transfer between materials, there's no time. Just takes the steam in and gets rid of the heat completely. A bit like this door mechanism, just erasing the liquid. It goes. And it's like, is that not an abuse of the game mechanic? Is that not like should you be doing that? If you were playing a multiplayer game and you did something like that, wouldn't people complain? I don't know. It appears to me that the devs want you to do these things, that it's the correct way of doing it and solving these issues is to do the things that look like they're abusing the mechanics of the game, rather than, I don't know, following the rules or whatever. That I find it very difficult to navigate that in the game. Like, I don't want to be using glitches, but it seems like you have to do things that are a bit close to that in order to succeed. What have I here? So the plumbing is good on the skimmer. That's doing work now. As long as we have the water to feed it. Ventilation isn't really active. Pipe blocked, says the gas pump. I disagree. But that line's going to come down and vent out fine. That one looks like it would if it needed to. It's fine. Pipe blocked. It should be pumping, but it's got power. And we haven't told it to stop. We did before, we had like a only function if whatever. Now it should just be pumping all the time. And it's not. So something is definitely wrong. Output pipe blocked. Where is it blocked? Usually means it's like not plugged into something, but it is. Output, well, let's just check that's going into there. No, it wasn't. It was not quite plugged in right. So yeah, it's fine. So it's going to cycle CO2 for now, but eventually it'll start filtering out the chlorine. which we don't really have enough storage for, but we'll deal with that later. Just going to vent it into space, I think. I can't imagine us doing anything else with a bunch of chlorine. Just out of curiosity, does it tell you how much a wheezewort can remove? No. They absorb heat by respiring it. So you give it a gas and it absorbs heat from it. But it needs a lot of phosphorite in the process. Still, 80,000 DTUs. What? I guess we've got no point of reference is the main thing. We think the electrolyzer is making a lot of heat because it is heating the atmosphere a lot. But it's also like it's emitting oxygen and hydrogen with the heat, I think. And that's a bit unclear. It should be that it is getting hotter, and it may also be emitting the gases at temperature, perhaps. So this room will just get hotter and hotter and hotter until everything overheats. Except we are cooling it. Not very well, but we are cooling it. It's per second. This is per second, isn't it? Not. Yeah, per second. It's the relative amount. It should be doing a better job than it is in my mind. As I've said many times, I'm no physicist. I could be very wrong. I think the problem is having to transfer the heat. And that's where your steam turbine's really powerful, is you don't have to move the heat from liquid to pipe, pipe to gas, gas to nullifier. This seems to have been a big waste of time. Trying to get the nullifier online. It's just not doing what it needs to. We can try with another one. I don't know what we'd do, really. Maybe if you got it down to temperature first. That's one thing that I'm not sure about. If you got it down to temperature and then started running things past it, would it just bring it back up to temperature? If you put 80 degree water past a minus 170 degree nullifier, maybe it just heats straight back up to zero pretty quick. Don't know. Ooh. Desalinator needs emptying, but everyone's going to bed, so that'll have to be tomorrow's job. Which we can't particularly afford at the moment, but I will. Got another 23 cycles, 24 cycles before we get fresh water. Not that we can cool it down quick enough. What else could we do? I think we have to aquatune it anyway, so we need to get plastic. It's the real thing. We'll see the turbine in action then, and yeah, it's probably going to solve everything. As much as it doesn't feel good, but it is probably the right thing to do. Getting plastic could be difficult though, especially if we run out of water in the process. We'll work towards it, but that won't be a job for today. We'll work on that next time. I think we'll keep pushing to get the petrol, to get the plastic, at least some plastic, so we can use this aquatuner steam turbine type setup to cool down the water from the hot water vent, so that we don't run out long term. For now, I think we might just have to drop that temperature again. Let's push it up to 70. Cool it a tiny amount and just throw the rest in here. Because the base has cooled down a lot, thanks to reverting our cooling system back to how it was before. That's doing a lot better. I think desalinating it after it's too hot is also a good idea. I'm more confident. A bit worried about when this source goes into dormancy. In 37 cycles time, will we have enough to survive the dormancy? So I might want to get the other one plugged in. We'll see. We have hit a very frustrating part where I don't really know what I'm doing, I guess, is the core issue, but nothing just works. It's all a bit of a a struggle and a challenge, and what I want to achieve in the short term is actually going to take like hours and hours to achieve because I'm just bashing my head against stuff. It's frustrating, but you know, we'll keep at it. We'll try and get through it. We'll try and find things that work. If the nullify just isn't going to work, we'll tear that down and we'll use other methods. You know, if ranching pips is actually as useful as it appears to be, we'll get rid of them and we'll try different animals and see how it goes. But we're over 4 hours in. I need to wrap things up and chill out a bit. Let's make sure we save properly. And so thank you very much for joining me today, for watching as we played some more Oxygen Not Included.